Good Friday morning to Grenada, Carriacou, Petite Martinique, the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, and every one of you listening in Radio Land. I am CJ, and this is Real FM 91.9 and 91.5. Also listening at 107.9 Jawanda FM in New York. Good morning.
Good morning to you, CJ.
How are you?
Oh, not too bad, thanks.
Good,
and how
good.
are you?
I'm good, thank you.
That's good.
Yep. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, my darling. I thank you, God, this morning for waking us up from the sleep of death and bring us back to the land of the living, where we're standing on this spot of ground. We're making our call on election show. It is a show calling. This morning, I lift up the island of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique to you in a marked and special way. We come together as one people to give you thanks. We thank you, God, for the great things you have done for us. And we thank you for the gathering. We come this morning to tell you thank you for the brand new. Father, today let us experience your presence among us as we lift up our hands and we praise your name. Father, you gave us your word, and you say your word is like unto our feet, is a lamp unto our feet, and a light unto our path. Your word is sharper than any two-edged sword. It will pierce you asunder, my God. So we thank you for your salvation and your promise. You grant us a wise spirit this morning. Grant us a spirit of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and grant us identifying spirit. So I come before your throne of grace this morning, and I come by myself. I call the island of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. We come with fear and trembling. We come to tell you thank you. We come with everybody in one mind. We speak in one accord as we kneel boldly before your throne of grace. And we tell you, Master, forgive us for our sins, our trespasses. Our sins are many indeed, but only you alone could forgive us, my Lord, my God, my King. This morning, oh God, Father, as you wake us up, oh God, we stand before God, Master, and we lift up our hands to the heavens, and we say thank you, God, for great things that you have done. Thank you for wonderful things that you gave us. You gave us rain, so we'll be healthy. You gave us water to drink. You cleanse the land by the water from heaven, so you bless us, Lord. Thank you for your blessing. I bring the little ones before you this morning. I bring them to you in a marked and special way. You know, sometimes they up and sometimes they down. Sometimes they're almost to the ground. You know the work they have to do. The exam is coming for some of them, oh God, Master. I say to bless the little one. Give them the great understanding that they should greatly desire. My Lord, my God, as I call upon you to bless them, point them to the right direction. Help them to be obedient to the teachers and to the parents. My Lord, bless the nation children. This is our children. Bless them, Father. Let them not fall on the way to any evil spirit or any one evil doers in the name of Jesus. As I give you thanks, oh God. So this morning, Father, as I come to thee, oh God, Father, I bring the nation towards you. I bring them to you, oh God, Father. Sometimes some of them cried out. Some of them cried a bitter cry because they have no one to turn to. So they turn to the living God. Let us say thank you, Father, for everything that you have done, the food you gave us on the table to eat every day. We thank you. You are a great provider. You are the sole provider for our soul. So we come to thee, O God, Master. On the altar of grace we bow. We bow, O God, Father, as we come to exalt your name. We come to glorify you, and we come to honor you. And we tell you, thank you, Father. Thank you, God. You see, as you wake up the nation before the rising of the sun and the going back down at the same. Oh, God, Father, you say everyone that have breath shall rise, and let us praise the name of the Lord. We praise him as we wave to him. We thank him, God, for great things that he has given us, oh God. He gave us this land flowing with milk and honey. So we always remember to tell him thank you for the things that he has done for this nation. You bless everyone, oh God, Father, as I ask for a special blessing on the sick and the afflicted one, the wounded one who lie down on the bed of affliction. My Lord God, touch them, oh God. Sometimes they are waiting when the pain rock their mortal frame. I ask you, Master, lay your hands on them and never take it out. In the name of Jesus, So we're calling upon Jesus himself, the one who come from the land of the house of Judah, to ride in with his chariot and help them, oh God, as they cried before you, God Master, in the name of Jesus. Father, not forgetting the doctors and the nurses, not forgetting them, Master, in the name of Jesus. Bless everyone, the police officers, every single one, the bus drivers who taking the nation people back and forth. Bless them. Take the wheel from their hand, oh God, and you drive it for yourself. So go before them, oh God, Master, and do the work yourself. The work is plenty, so we know we have a great God who will take full control of our life. So this man, let us felt your presence in us, oh God, and let we lift up our voices as a trumpet, and we say, thank you, Master, because you see all our unrighteousness are like filthy rags and dead man bones. So we come to thee, O God, Master, that you have the cleansing power to cleanse the nation in your name. And let us stand before thee, O God, on bending knees, O God, as we worship you, Father, in spirit and in truth, because there is no other God like thee. Father, you say we must pray for the farmers, pray for the fishermen. Our Master, remember those who lost at sea. Remember them, oh God, Father. Father, bring them, keep them safe and abide in your grace, and bring them back to the family, oh God, Master. The family is waiting. The family is crying out. Oh, Father, give them the peace that passes all understanding in the name of Jesus. And I will tell you, thank you, God. You is the one who sent you there to watch over them, point them back to the right direction, oh God, Master. Point them back, oh God, Father. In the name of Jesus, we give you thanks and praise, my Lord, my God, my King. Father, not forgetting the teachers, not forgetting them in a marked and special way. Bless each and every one of them, oh God, Father. Father, you say we must pray for those who are in high authority. Our Master, some of them cried out because they want to be higher and above just measure, my Lord, my God. But you is the one who lift up. You is the one who bring up and bring down, not too high. You have to be careful when we're going up the ladder, because when we're coming down, oh God, Father, it does be a mighty fall in the name of Jesus. So we pray for all those who is in high authority. Let them remember what they stand for and what they're going there for in the name of Jesus. Father, we bring the position to you. I bring him to you in a marked special way. We say thank you, God, for giving us, keep giving him this land, where he governed this land for many years, oh God, Father. We give him thanks for great things that you made him do for the nation. The nation was pleased in the name of Jesus. Sometimes you can't please everyone, but my Lord, my God, some cried out. Even though they have plenty, they still cried out. But my Lord, my God, we bless each and every one. They are your men. They are your servants, and they need to serve you in the name of Jesus. When they serve the nation, they serve you, my Lord, my God. So this morning, remember everyone who call you God, Master, and you bless them. Father, not forgetting some of those who gone away from our home, Almighty God. Let's forget Miss Jacob. Bless her, God, Father, wherever she is. No one never heard from her. But I pray to you that you'll keep her safe and abide in your grace in the name of Jesus. Father, this man, don't forget Sister Kami. You know she's up. You know when she's down. You know when she's falling down to the ground. But use your mighty hand to prop her up on all bending side. Where she weak, Master, make her strong. And where she's strong, make her stronger still. That she'll be able to go on in a mighty way. She's not asking for silver or gold, but she's just asking you, God, to strengthen her, God, that she'll be able to go on doing the things that she loves best. In the name of Jesus. Without you, Father, she can't do nothing. And without you, she's nothing. In the name of Jesus, as we call upon you, we beg you for mercy. My Lord, my God, I bring the radio station to you. I bring it to you in a marked and special way. I ask you to bless all those in the radio station. Almighty God, help the equipment that it never have to go faulty or even go wrong. Oh God, Father, the nation is listening. We thank you for the head of the radio station. We thank you for all those who work in there in the name of Jesus. All those who get up early in the morning to make sure it open the station, open the radio wave for every one of us to listen, where we could voice our opinion. We give you thanks, oh God, for them. We give you thanks for them today in the name of Jesus. Father, as I give you thanks, O God, Father, I taught the disciples to say whenever they pray, they must say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. That will be done on earth as it in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Good morning to you, Mr. Donald, and good morning to you, my darling CJ. I hope that everything goes all right with you today. God bless you.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Igwe, my darling. How are you?
Adi.
You're doing good.
Yeah, all right.
We are with you.
All right, thanks.
Your people are with you. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
And good morning to Carl, Mr. Carl, and Mr. P. Amen. God bless you all.
All right, bless.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Mm-hmm. Good morning again, Grenada. 15 minutes past 7 o'clock inside the studios of Real FM. Good morning to everybody locking it down via the tuning app. Good morning to everybody locking it down via the YouTube. I seen all you, everything good? People listening via the website, what's up? Let's head over to the phone line and see who's there. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Nice to hear from you.
Good morning to the nation. I read from the Word of God, Psalm 90. Lord, thou hast been our dwelling place in all generations. Before the mountains were brought forth, or even thou hast formed the earth and the world, even from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. Thou turnest man to destruction and sayest, Return, O ye children of men. For 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday, when it is past, and as a watch in the night. He carries them away as with a flood, that are as a sheep in the morning, that are like grass which groweth up, and in the morning it flourished, and grow up, and in the evening it is cut down and wither. For we are consumed by the anger, and by the word are we thus. This is the end of the scripture reading.
Thank you very much. So what's up?
I did.
Weather bad today?
I did listening to you. They were not so bad, man. The sun was shining, and then the rain come. So hopefully that the sun will shine for the day.
All right, thanks very much, yeah?
Yeah, and then you have a nice weekend and a nice day.
Same to you.
All right, bye.
Bye. Miss Laborde, good morning to you. Joycelyn Francois. Wendy Telesford. Natalia John, good morning to you. Antonita Whale. Can't see you log in yet. Jerome Lewis. Gemma Warwood. Man, this is just getting on. I love you guys, though. You know how it is. 18 minutes past 7 o'clock inside the studios of Real FM. Liking myself this morning. It's the extension. And I know we have an interesting show for you guys this morning, I swear. You'll like yourself. Wilma, good morning to you. I hope you're having a great morning this morning. Bay Sky inside of England locking it down as well. Good morning to you guys. My good friend Matthew Bowen inside of Brooklyn, New York, always locking it down. Yep. Can't forget Fat Man George Boy. Wagwa me dupes. Yes, I. Can't forget Ray inside of Happy Hill. Good morning to you. Caroline, good morning to you on the fam. Yes. Watch them in the morning time, you know. All kind of talk this morning on all kind of station. I say, what's wrong with these people, man? They're a joke. Yes, I. Dave Felix, good morning. Mr. Francis, good morning to you as well. Remember at 7:20 we got the weather coming up, so stay tuned, all right? Let me apologize, folks. I'm having a little technical difficulty getting the mid office this morning. But I'm pretty sure it's a pretty nice weather out there today. Expect some nice sunshine coming up. I hope we don't get no rain today. All right, we'll pay some bills and we'll be back after this. Good morning again, folks. The Igwe Holy Wheel.
Morning, folks. Psalms 91 1. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. That's the word for this morning. Morning, folks. Morning, one. Morning, all. Morning to the listeners on all Real FM platforms. Real Expressions for Friday, 10th February 2023. The extension. Grenada is my constituency. Real FM is my parliament. And I'm the people's spokesman. And I'm blessed by the Ancient of Days, Igwe. Now, Igwe and listeners, and morning to my friends, my colleagues, and to the naysayers and my enemies. That call come well all Igwe.
Want to see what it?
Yeah, morning caller.
Morning. Mr. Caller,
Move away from the radio, please.
how is everything?
Quiet for now.
Yeah, man. The thing with the thing is caller there was there in the thing, man. He did call Keith and Bush and Bowie the liar.
Oh, that was when?
They're in the Calypso show.
Okay.
Yeah, I was there. He did call them. So.
Who you call a liar?
Keith Pitcher and Bowie.
Wow. Unfortunately so. All right, thanks. Thanks.
All right.
Remember somebody calling us that last time we was here? Now, Igwe, when I started this morning thing on this station here, my intention was simply to give people information of a factual nature. And whoever listened, even when I give my view, Igwe, on issues, it came from a place of goodwill and not malicious. And even when I give my views, I did some digging before I uttered any words as to my view. To simply put it, Igwe, I had my Marco knob on. And most of the things I come here and speak about is a reflection of what people call me and speak about and have an interest in my take on it. I must say, Igwe, I'm not all-knowing. So you should fact-check me from time to time as to what I say. I am not a saint, nor do I claim any sainthood. I'm not the repository or the repositor of all knowledge. So even when I'm here, my criticism should be taken in good faith. Because it's coming from a good place within me. Now, Igwe, the last time we were here, I spoke a bit on the Commissioner of Police. And one of the persons listening messaged me at the time. And I wish that person is listening presently this morning. And upon reading the message, I decided, well, okay, to be fair in my commentary, because my thing is about fairness and not to slander any person. If the issue I'm dealing with you, part of the issue, I'll call you. And I must say thanks to that person because I got up, took my dark shades off, and really turned my Marco knob on. If you permit me this morning, Igwe, I'll speak a little bit on the RGPF, the Royal Grenada Police Force, and the Commissioner of Police by extension. Now, Mr. Commissioner, after doing some digging, I came to the realization that you're not getting a fair shake by the powers that be.
I mean, you're well not Marco in tune.
The 3 a.m. phone call indicated to me to ask the question here. How many times has the Minister of National Security called you, Mr. Commissioner? How many times have you spoken to the Minister of National Security? The information to suggest your conversations to the Minister of National Security comes through a past commissioner who did not perform with distinction. Because if you ask Deng and others and PJ and them, they will tell you that man did not perform good. And the information to suggest that you have to communicate with the Minister of National Security through him. Now, Mr. Commissioner, I feel your pain. Because, like I say, I'm fair and I went hard at you last time. But that person not listening and they know who they are. And they messaged me. And I took counsel because I view that person as a straight up G. No curving in the vertebrae. So I say when people like that indicate to you certain things, you should take notice. And I did. That person, I want to let them know. I did do something. And if the Minister of National Security is not one who wants to talk to the Commissioner of Police, it's sad. There's information to suggest. And if he has to speak to him through a third person or by accident being in the ministry, it's also sad. Mr. Commissioner, I think the time has come. My advice to you is to go.
Take a back seat.
Yeah, because they don't really want you around. Don't give them, like I say, the opportunity to say, you leave them with the cow sheet. Don't give them the opportunity to say, you mash everything up. So here goes. So I need to address this matter, Igwe, and here goes. To the powers that be, the Minister of National Security, and I'm being sober about this morning, Igwe. This is not no politic in here. Anytime you have a military organization that is not united, that has confusion, it is bad, and it only benefits two classes of people in the society. One, persons, and we're speaking about the RGPF here. The bad elements in the RGF would like the RGPF to be unstable so they could do the stupidness and join with rogue elements, criminals, or persons who wants to do criminalistic endeavor or elements, criminal elements. Because even Buju Banton said rude boy and police cannot be friends. So when you're seeing the rogue elements in the RGPF and rude boys is friend, you have to know that problem. So that the only two set of people who could benefit. And that comes at the expense of peace and stability in a country, as we see now. Crime, and that is factual, that is nothing about politics. We see more incident, or we hear enough more incident with gun-related incident, more robberies, and so on. So that is a direct correlation of the state of play with the RGPF. And I must add that caveat here. The RGPF is trying. But I'll explain this. So my advice to the Minister of National Security, you should take your time and take the RGPF seriously and fix it. I'm not saying here that the Minister of National Security presently has created all the problems within the RGPF. I'm not saying that. However, you, the person in charge, and an excuse must not come from you saying you meet it like that. Because you gave people the undertaking that you had a remedy for all maladies in this country. On the campaign trail, you had a remedy for every malady in this country. So I want you to look at the RGPF. Because it is not good for the RGPF right now because there's information to suggest an ex-commissioner who did not perform with distinction. And Mr. Minister of National Security, if you don't believe me, ask members of the RGPF presently and past about this commissioner who did not perform distinction. You could ask one of the ex-commissioners also, Mr. Clarkson. 2 superintendents, ex-superintendents. When there's information to suggest that these 3 gentlemen has a list purported to be promotion list and asking people who find out information or vetting people as to the political affiliation, that's problem. Mr. Minister of National Security, fix it. When you have 2 persons in police headquarters, information to suggest that is under the rank of Deputy Commissioner of Police, calling the shots and having the sway, there's information to suggest that's problem. There's information to suggest that you, Minister of National Security, does not talk to the Commissioner of Police. That too is problem. That is a reflection of the performance of the RGPF in recent times and also lead to the state of crime because the criminals smell blood. The criminal elements in the society smell blood because they realize the police is not united because them men with the promotion list going all about and question people, so they might be questioning criminals about police officers too. And that needs to fix. So the promotion list out there, information to asking persons on the list who is who. So that is something that is demoralizing. When you have people under the rank of Deputy Commissioner of Police and Commissioner of Police giving directive and juniors within the rank and file of the RGPF is carrying out instruction unknown to the Deputy and the Commissioner of Police, that is problem. When transfers are done and the Commissioner and Deputy asking men, will you attach to, and the person saying, will they attach to, and they saying, will you know your transfer? There's information to suggest, and that is problem. Promotion list, I just indicated, all there, everybody know whose name on the list. That is a problem. And added to the fact that the Minister of National Security, who has been touted the best lawyer in Grenada, the legislation for promotion indicates that the list must be published, names and score. Because when you do that, you make it transparent. You make people know. But why codes was published? Why codes was published? You, Mr. Minister of National Security, take the situation seriously. So, if there's information to suggest that the Minister of National Security is not speaking with the Commissioner of Police or hiding from the Commissioner of Police, that is a matter of concern. And just a warning, sir, because you just make a lot of reference to the revolution. For 4 years, 7 months, and 17 days, this kind of thing is happening in the military. And we all know what was the result. We see that movie already, Igwe. Arrest the situation, Mr. Minister of National Security. There is a need to fix that, Mr. Security. Because we already seen an increase in the state of crime. And you, Minister of National Security, You have two hats here. One as the Minister of National Security and two as the Prime Minister. Some of the policies as it relates to the social stability of this country, you have hand in eroding it. Social instability is a direct correlation with crime. And then now you have the law officers in this predicament. Mr. Minister of National Security, the 3 a.m. calls from the police officers indicate that they are frustrated. I said to you, Mr. Commissioner, consider leaving the people thing for them. Don't give them the opportunity to say that you leave them with the cow shit. Don't give them the opportunity to say that you mash everything up. Because school children indicating that they have made promises, there's information to suggest it is alleged that they have made promises to a past superintendent, I think he on leave, who it is alleged leaked information, because it is also alleged, there's information to suggest that some phone got mashed up. But the other phone that communicates with that phone, it didn't get mashed up. And Public Service Commission should have that information, so I want to see how they go treat with the phone mash up, man. The phone will get crushed accidentally because school children calling in name. So I don't see if Public Service Commission go be aware of phone mashing up when information going out, allegedly, and so on. Mr. Minister of National Security, they say you're the best lawyer since Derek Knights. Cause the process of promotion to be fair and transparent. I'm borrowing a phrase from the National Democratic Congress, transparency. Now, in the days of Hitler, he had cleansing Igwe for the perfect race. Now we hear him talk about detoxifying from people close to the Minister of National Security. About detoxifying. Now Minister of National Security, when Hitler do it, people complain. Don't go and let these 3 gentlemen, the ex-commissioner of police, the 2 ex-superintendents, and others detoxify the police force. Because you call out a man on leave, you repeal and replace the adjunct legislation, and you give you a man without acting, you conform him to the rank of deputy commissioner. You call him out on leave and do that. And the deputy commissioner acting, you tell him take leave. I hope he's not detoxifying or Corey cleansing. Because this thing is demoralizing to the force. The promotion process is frustrating to the force. Because you don't go out vetting a promotion list, asking people who this person supporting politically. Mr. Commissioner, Mr. PM, Mr. Minister of National Security, make a better try. Do mama guy. So the police officers in the 3 a.m. call say they are frustrated. One of them indicate that the time has come for them to take a rest because they've done their best. And not only persons eligible for pension, Even men who are dwelling in pension and say, why, I can't take on this level of frustration. Because some who was attached to FIU could not take the level of frustration and they leave already. Because I'm spitting facts, you know, they could go and check it. You know. They could go and fact check the things when I say it. Because I don't want them to say, I just run in my mouth. Go and check it out. 2 already leave. And they already find employment in financial institutions in this country. Igwe. And now about 100 or so have indicated that they want to go. They put it in writing. And that tells a story, Minister of National Security. So I need you to look into it. Minister of National Security, stop going and have meetings and mama guy the police officers about pay and grade. In your own words, you know it's a lot of money. So be straight. Don't tell them you don't know what the report is and I don't see the report, because that is not facts. The findings of the report, based on information from the police, even the past administration defrayed it. But then you had the remedy for every malady. So I want to see how you think that. So even if you say you're bringing them up to where you think they should be in grade, in some cases, some officers had to move up by $400 a gate. And even if you say you're paying a retroactive for 2 years, but you indicate gates. And line up the clip for me, because I want to say just what he said. That since 1995 there was a malady. So if you have the remedy, you can say you're going back 2 years, because that is not a remedy for that malady. My utterances this morning, Mr. Minister of National Security, is in good faith. The RGPF is demoralized at this moment. 1, ex-police officers have a list of promotion allegedly vetting people asking their political persuasion. 2 officers under the rank of deputy, it is believed, it is alleged, there's information to suggest he's calling the shots. Even in transfers, promotion and so on, the upper tier don't really know what's going on, because when people ask them, they don't know. It is also indicated information suggests that you're not talking with the commissioner. So these things is not all going well, and like I say when I start Igwe, only 2 sets of people could benefit from that. The criminals among us and those rogue officers in the RGPF. Don't give them the opportunity to let crime spiral out. Because maybe that's the last chance we have to put under control. We don't want to come like Trinidad and send Lucia and them places and them. So now, Igwe, because I'll always like to do my little on the black mats, because I don't bright. I don't. 100 police officers, if they are to go and they're eligible for pension, conservative estimates say each man should be getting out $110,000 for he gratuity and so on. The 1958 laws. The AG go know about it. So there are about 11 million you have to find already. And then the men go out to get a monthly pension out $1,800 a month. They are about 180,000. And that is the implication anyway. About 11 million when they go, because you brag on your bowl, you brag audacious on pension, which is good. So that is the situation here with the RGPF. and ease the frustration, Minister of National Security. Now, an advice wouldn't break any bone, but I feel good this morning to give you that advice. Is what you're taking, and that is the crux of the matter. It is also believed, Igwe, that when the commissioner call, they don't take any call. That, in its sense, is so on. They say in the Packarding Day, some people say the junior receive the COP and the senior day. I don't know.
Why reading it?
I don't know. People saying all kind of things there.
Well, I get a text from a school judge saying that the minister in Victoria was sent home.
For what?
I don't know.
He functioned in the CS was illegal. The constitution say he couldn't be senator and be in that. So if they do that, they do a good thing.
No, man. I think he sent home completely, man. Trust me, I don't want to call nobody name. We go find out. We go mark out that.
And what happened by when the British, right after Ivan, they indicated that some men shouldn't be hold public office and thing, but like this present administration don't believe in that. So Igwe, I want you to play the clip for the people to hear what the man talk out to the police and them. Because
Yeah, look at it. Right now.
Igwe, I want the pay and grade clip. But whilst you're getting the pay and grade clip for me, Mr. Minister of National Security, the acting allowance that has been removed since September of last year, a loss of, and I just like to say the figures because numbers don't lie, Igwe, a loss of $252 monthly for acting. The increments to yeah. Well, this thing so mind-boggling, Igwe. You take away the acting allowance, you don't give the increment. So these people are losing close to $400 every month. And you're talking about people deserve a lot of money. Recommendations was submitted to Public Service Commission. You can say you have the best one now, so let's see. No new appointment letter received. What is the status of the acting people in the RGPF? And once you don't, Igwe, hear the thing, once you don't get the letter of appointment, Igwe, like you've been automatically demoted and reverted to your substantive ranking. Igwe, this thing, Minister of National Security, check it out, check it out. Check it out. Because it's a concern for the RGPF. Check it out. We're going to take a break, Igwe, here. Pay some bills and be back.
Yes, Igwe.
Yes, the Igwe. So, the police officers, Mr. Minister of National Security, I'm here, you know. Please, those acting law allowances that you removed from September, and you can't say NNP had this. You was there from September, Igwe. You removed the $252 acting. The supposedly increment from January of 137 will bring close to $400 a month. And then you don't confirm the people in Iran. You want to have a promotion. The recommendations, there's information to suggest, has been since November last year to Public Service Commission. Why you not promoting the people or treating with them? So, not having received a new letter of appointment, Igwe, simply means, and he must know that he's a lawyer, he's the best lawyer since Derek Knights, that is a demotion. So they were demoted without even telling them they demoted, just pull the rug under them. You pull all the jacket from off of them. You take all the shot on the back. And that is the concerns, Mr. Minister of National Security, or RGPS. And you could fix it. You could fix it. So tarry not. Fix it. Igwe, let's take a break here and come back.
Hold on.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you. There's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go.
To the men and women of the Royal Grenada Police Force who put their lives at risk. We know that since 1995, there has been no pay and salary grade adjustment for you. That is 22 years ago. No adjustment to your pay and salary scale. And I therefore assure you that the National Democratic Congress will address that issue.
Yes, Igwe.
So, we hear the Minister of National Security, President National Security, the Prime Minister, they outlining the facts that the police officers and pay and grade. And since when, although he got the number of years wrong, but that small thing. But what you have to contend with now, Mr. Minister of National Security, 100 police officers ready to move. You have a call, Igwe?
Good morning.
Caller. Hello?
Kitten.
Good
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Kitten.
You could up your hearing far?
Mr. Kitten, you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
we're hearing you.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I will get the link to get it on my phone. I'll get the link.
Message me on the station WhatsApp 4420175. The same number you call.
But that I call now.
Yeah, so message it on the WhatsApp as well, and I'll send you the link. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you sure?
All right.
Yes, Igwe. So there's a small matter, Mr. Minister of National Security, because you see, we're speaking about what causing the police force to be demoralized at this time, with the promotion, the transfers, the fact that you don't know who to take directive from, if it's the 3 retired people, or if it's the 2 under the rank of deputy commissioner, or if it's the commissioner. They say they don't know who to give them directive. Because they say one officer say he was transferred, and when the COP saw him, he tell him he didn't know he transferred. And then we have that small matter of the acting allowances, Igwe. $252 monthly. And with this, I also get an incremental increase of $137, which will take them close to $400, so they're losing that. And then you don't give them they haven't received no letter of appointment. So it's like these people they are demoted, Igwe, reverted to the substantive rank without even being told so. Yeah, let's take the call. Morning, caller.
Hey, good morning, Carl. Come on. Yeah.
I'm easy.
This guy here.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to we in St. Max NNP group, we having this next week Friday, the 17th. We having this Breadfruit Festival, and I want you to continue promoting it for us, please, because we want to make it a success.
Breadfruit Festival next week, Wednesday?
Next week Friday.
Next week Friday.
What time?
And
time and place?
It's starting from the basketball hard court. It will be starting around 11 o'clock, going up until we see when. Yes.
Breadfruit Festival, so you could look for all kind of delicacies from the slab.
All kind of delicacies with breadfruit. All kind of delicacies with breadfruit. Roast breadfruit, fried breadfruit, island breadfruit, clean breadfruit, breadfruit pie, breadfruit beef, breadfruit.
And breadfruit salad.
All of that. Once it's with breadfruit, we have it there.
Breadfruit punch.
Yes, it doesn't matter. Once it's with breadfruit. Once is with breadfruit. It is a breadfruit festival. Breadfruit bakes. You have breadfruit flour, so they're making bakes.
Breadfruit cake.
Other things. If once is with breadfruit.
You go after the show. We got to go down.
Yeah, we went down after the show.
Yeah, what show you have up there?
No, on Friday. After the program on Fridays.
Yes. So we can come down. So I want you, as far as the day going, as far as the program going, just continue promoting that day. Next week Friday the 17th, 11 o'clock, starting time 11 o'clock.
The Breadfruit Day.
Yes, the Breadfruit Day Festival. Because we really want to make it an annual thing, like every year, leading up to independence. And you'll see where next year we're taking 50 years. Yeah, we want to make it independent.
Wait. You just next year we're taking 50?
Yes.
But I thought Grenada did just come into being on June 23rd.
I thought it was one.
I didn't know.
It was one year
know
we're
that.
taking next year.
Because when you listen to some people speak, you see the state of Pity Matnik and the state of Karaku happening June 23rd.
And when you listen to some callers, when they call a radio station again, I never know Greta has so much talent with all this showcase or thing, like the person knows how to go Independence Parade and thing in Queen's Park. This thing is happening all over the years. I mean, the old
Andre Donald told me one time he was told by a learned gentleman, it's better to keep your mouth shut.
True. True. Actually, when I hear the person call, I say, wait now, where that person been hiding, that person was in seclusion, that person was in exile, and they now free that person, so the person now come in an independence parade. A lot of things are what, well, I didn't go this year.
But when they go on parade, they don't even know how to act, you know.
You understand? No, it doesn't matter who in power. NNP, NDC, North, GLP, it doesn't matter. I'm in the pack for independence. Because independence is not a political thing. That's how they want to have it. Independence is a Grenada thing. So it doesn't matter from what political side you're on. We come together and we go down to independence, right? And that is the less crowd I've ever seen in all my life since I'm watching independence.
Less crowd for best independence?
The less crowd. Normally, you know that for yourself. You will see that stadium full. Even in Uncle Tilly and them time, you used to see real people in the stadium. Now you see there's a handful of people church. Now you see the Prime Minister forget to go and take his salute and all kind of ding dong. No, what I want to say about now the police are there to protect and serve. Now, when you see people in authority have no respect for police, what you expect the normal man to do? Not when to see them to cuff them down, attack them, fight with them, because because when they see the upper man showing no respect from the commissioner of police to other ranks in the police force and getting police frustrated, what do you expect the normal man on the street to do? He will follow the example of the of those in authority.
Because one of them was in Carrico and they tell the people and anytime they make a report, if the police don't respond, call him, he go deal with them.
Okay.
One of them going to police station in Carrico and assaulted.
But I say it was me was a police officer. Trust me, I put in that in himself.
A sergeant or police woman. One of them was in an accident and when the corporal speak to them, they didn't have nice words to tell them. And the information on them in the station diary. So they can say what I'm saying is not true. Go and look for it in the station diary. Comprehensive notes was made in the station diary, which records all the happenings in the police environs.
Unless they report the page.
Well, they might try. But who make the note? No, note they in pocketbook too.
You have understanding again, some minister ignore some kind of accident in Fuller Show, and when they stop him in Grand Rai,
cause bad word.
No nice words to say, because I understand the person who was in that accident was a minister of the gospel, a Seventh Adventist minister, a pastor to his side, and he.
My pastor.
Your pastor, which church? Which church? Which district he district in it?
St. Patrick's. Which include Monkchos and Riverside and them.
Okay. So you understand. But I don't know in it because I understand it's a new pastor.
A young fellow.
Yes, a new pastor was taking turn.
But let me tell you something. Them men and them, they support these men and them, eh? They take their own kind to flush them out. If you understand what I'm saying, they take their own kind to expose and flush them out. Because if I were to talk about meeting accident and they will say a lie.
You understand? I mean, come on. Why would you do that? Be more responsible, especially as a minister. You need to be more responsible. Something happened on the road. Yes, accidents do happen. But as much as the accident do happen, take responsibility. Show some concern. See if the man, how well the man is, because understand the man going hospital, the man going hospital and kind of a thing. You understand? Find out what he's doing. See that the man get a vehicle to drive him down to the hospital and something like that. Take responsibility instead of you go causing the police. So when you're doing that, what do you expect for the ordinary man to do? Not to cop them down on the terminal?
No, I don't encourage violence.
I will not encourage it. But what I'm trying to say is, you're giving to these people.
I wouldn't even suggest violence.
To disrespect the law enforcement officers because these protect and so. No, I'm not supporting the violence attack. I am not supporting the disrespect, but understand what I'm trying to say. That is the message you are sending. That is the message you are sending. And I wanted what Grenada is coming into. You understand?
But the critical thinkers and them, you don't hearing them. They mouth zip. The hands on the lip.
The Minister of National Security, he don't come out and say nothing. I find the commissioner should come out and say something, but our father understand the commissioner out there.
Not him out there, they don't make a joke with him. School children are say that.
So the one trying to say the nozzly man.
I don't know.
I find the nozzly man. The man want to talk, but he can't talk.
Maybe they might look for that.
I feel it for the commissioner, trust me, because things are happening with your rank and file crew members of the police force, and you cannot speak out on it. What I'm trying to say, if it was under the NNP administration, you would have heard them beating mouth. You would have heard them beating mouth. You would have heard them saying that about the police, this about the police, how they run, and this and that and the other. But that happened under this administration, and nothing is being said. It's been a hush hush. I wonder if it come up on the news with the incidents. Nothing. And that's send a bad message to Grenada. To all the world listening to these things.
But journalists and them journalists are not interested in that too.
Eh?
Them journalists are not interested in that.
No, they play politics.
If it was something about Kit Mitchell or Peter David or Kennedy Boudlal or somebody.
Or Delma, some kind of a people that are interested in them.
Yeah.
You understand? But these are the issues today these journalists need to address.
And those issues I spoke of as relates to the police this morning, I want them to challenge me and say it's not so. The acting allowance of $252. The increment is supposed to come on from January of 137. The fact that they do have an appointment letter, that means they reverted to the substantive rank. That them things that I want them to say is not true. Because they like to run up and see all kind of things and know all kind of things. That those issues I want them to address.
So when the 200 police leave, what becoming of Grenada? What is going on? What is going on? Now you're hearing gun coming, all kind of a farm, all kind of a sit and farm, silence, all kind of a.
Not only that, but we are already seeing the fruits. How much gun issues are.
What is going on? Them things never go on before. Them things never used to go on. The peace and the stability. No, you see, NNP, NDC, have to, how they lay their bed, that's how they have to line it. You understand? Because when they could go out in the diaspora and paint a bad picture of Grenada, painting the worst thing, crime and all that kind of thing, the worst thing, telling people don't come here, what do you expect this kind of thing wouldn't happen now? Huh? When these people then go out and NNP was in power and they go out there, I couldn't remember I was listening to Sheldon Scott and Hard Talk. He and them, Dave and Romain. And he said about 12 of some guys from Germany wanting us to come to Grenada for the first time. And they bumped up a certain post and the person paint a bad picture about Grenada. And when they go to a certain individual, the individual have to tell them they know that is not the case and kind of thing. The individual have to caution and Scott to say what Grenada is and whatnot and whatnot. Yes, we have an issue, but it does be solvable. There is no way in the world where don't have no liquor issues. But how they paint it. So then when they paint this thing in that kind of a way, now they are in power. They see the fruits of their labor. No control is being done. Nothing is under control. Grenada might come worse than Trinidad or Jamaica. I'm very sorry for Grenada, the way how Grenada is heading right about now. And we have to come together as a person to release this crime. And I'm asking this government to beef up on the social network. the social spending, the 150, put it back. Because when you're doing that, you're bringing up the crime. When you're firing people left, right, and center, because I understand 92 workers, this month going to be the last month for them, I understand.
All right, thank you, caller.
Okay, let's have a good day.
All right, bless. Yes, Igwe.
Boy, it's a sad state of affairs in this country.
We have a next call.
Sad state of affairs. Let's take
Good
it.
morning.
Good morning.
There's something you all talk about with the accident. Well, the guy was getting injured. If I was he, when I seen that whatsoever statement the police took, I would write down the same thing and I would get a lawyer. Right?
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thanks. Holy Will Igwe. Holy Will.
Yes, Igwe. Take the call. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Carl, and morning, Igwe.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Carl, first time hearing your voice for the year. I just called to make sure.
Yeah?
First time for the year hearing your voice. Because as you know, we have been getting problems in the station. And yesterday we get the station.
Okay.
Catch speaking?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
All right, take care.
Mm-hmm. Listen, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he will.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Book your spot now to see the Spice Boys in action against the Barbados national team in February. On Wednesday, February 22nd, the action is at the Fun Recreation Ground in St. Patrick from 7 p.m. We then head to the Victoria Park in Grenfell from 7 p.m. on Friday, February 24th. And finally, we go to Guelph at the Cuthbert Peters Park on Sunday, February 26th from 4 p.m. Come out in your numbers and support our boys as they prepare for the USA. Admission at the door, $15 for adults and $5 for children. Expect fun, excitement, and competitive football. February 22nd, 24th, and 26th. Grenada versus Barbados. So you miss it.
If you're having problems with termites, bats, rats, ants, roaches, and any other crawly creatures, call Reliable Services. We're the pest control specialists. We're located at Granburs in St. Andrews. We also provide power washing services, yard maintenance, and clearing of lands. Find us at 403-2652, anytime, any day. Reliable Services, we are here for you.
Sandy's Variety Store, located on Main Street, St. Patrick. That one-of-a-kind store where you can find ladies, men, and children clothing in all sizes and styles. Underwear for men, women, and children. Shoes, sneakers for the whole family. We also carry plus sizes too. One-of-a-kind items where you would only find at Sandy's. And guess what? You won't find more than 3 items that's the same. Sandy's Variety Store. Call us at 418-4769. That number again, 418-4769. Sandy's Variety Store.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with my wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrives. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive. Of the 33 chosen passengers, Ramnath, Pandey, Humphrey and Sudama, they wouldn't let the poor driver drive in peace. They distracting him and wouldn't cease. While he driving, they hitting him some big cloud. So he stopped the maxi and put them out. And to discuss their fate, they went to drink us straight by a club called 88. The driver called his sweet mouth friend Flash Gordon to give him some driving lessons.
To the men and women of the Royal Grenada Police Force who put their lives at risk, we know that since 1995, there has been no pay and salary grade adjustment for you. That is 22 years ago. No adjustment to your pay and salary scale. And I therefore assure you that the National Democratic Congress will address that issue.
Mr. Pierre.
Yes, my brother. Thank you, and happy to be back on your program.
On the People's Program.
Yes, I've been following the comments on the police, and my biggest concern is not particularly individuals in the high command. My biggest concern is the undermining of the police force. Now, sometimes in Grenada, we criticize everything blanketly, and we forget that we have made tremendous advances over the years. Let us go take a look at where we come out. We come out in Gary days when the police was trashed, abused, mal-accused with some level of accuracy. We come out in the revolution when over 3,000 people go in jail and some policemen toenail was pulled out and people were castrated. Democracy was re-established. And let us be honest, the police has performed exemplary in Grenada from 1983 onwards. The amount of conflicts that they had to encounter, the level of tolerance and maturity they showed is an example in the Caribbean. In addition to that, the police in Grenada have one of the best reputation in the Caribbean for dealing with crime. Our crime rate in the Caribbean is lower than most other countries, and every politician must be conscious of that. We have a caller on the line. Caller, welcome. Yes, caller, welcome. You seem that we lost the caller. So nothing must not be done to unravel the police force. If you believe that you are not comfortable with the high command, the laws provide that you could transfer them. Do it. But don't unravel the rank and file. It is not necessary. Caller, welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, my brother, welcome.
Well, Pastor God,
Yeah, man.
I happens to visit Maribor was Wednesday, and quite a number of friends and old supporters of the previous party, they said they're not comfortable. I don't know, they're asking me what's going on in Grenada, but it's a very hard question for me. They said they're not feeling comfortable. They find something is tense. They feel, people who want to speak, they're afraid. They want to complain of the wrong things. Some people afraid they won't get as they work if they speak against the present administration. So we're in a very serious situation. The country, they're not feeling comfortable. So they don't know where to or who to complain to. And that's a very dangerous trend, because people want to talk of wrong things they saw or they seen, but they're afraid. And that didn't used to happen. As you talk rightly, we had a very good police force. Ourselves as Her Majesty Justice of the Peace, the police used to be passing, stopping, and ask us if everything all right, if we have any problem. I find all these things is eroding. So something is not right. I don't know where we should find out. I couldn't help them because they want to hear from me if I have any idea what's going on. Even around me, people say they find something is not right, something is not right. A little tense. That's not the Grenada. So I don't know if you all is picking up that issue as well. So I just touch it base with you on that.
Yes, caller, thank you. Yes, one of the challenges, a new government come in 6-7 months, a number of people have lost their jobs, and that could cause some little bit of shaking of the confidence. But what we hope is that the government understand, don't unravel the police force confidence. Only two groups of people could benefit if you do that. Those people who are naturally inclined to crime, and you hear I say naturally inclined because good people do bad things. Those people are naturally inclined to crime and lazy rogue police. And in every establishment, every workplace, you have people who do the minimum work and expect to get paid. You have rogues in every department. So unraveling the police force confidence is not helpful to anybody in Grenada. Definitely not helpful to the government. And I say the only people who could benefit is rogue cops and people who are naturally inclined to crime. If you want to change the high command, change it. The Constitution and the police ordinance provide for you to transfer workers and the Public Service Commission. So you don't have to leave them there and try to destroy them while you're destroying the police force. I say that Because one of the challenges this government have is their political virgins operating in Tiger Bay, Young Street, 42nd Street. If you go there as virgin, you will be ravished. You will give it away cheap. And the government not seems to be taking advice. Well, they're taking advice, but from the Prince of Hate and the hardliners in the NDC. So we want to appeal to you. Grenada have the lowest crime rate. The police have a very good relationship with the public. And irrespective of all the conflicts we have had, it has not gotten out of hand. The Ministry of Finance has been doing exceptionally well as a ministry. We have a good ministry there. Individuals on a high. That is the area where Timothy come out. And all the individuals, they know the level of education that we have, we could hold any post in the Caribbean. A group of people who just forget is government pharmacists. And I've been paying more attention to the private pharmacists. And I think they too are doing a relative satisfactory work in this country. So it's not that we're starting from the ground. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to make things work, strengthen it, improve it, make it better. Please don't destroy it. I cry out, because if the government continue on that trajectory, crap or smoke, we pipe it out tobacco. Perhaps we might be rescued later down the road by the Chinese permanently. We went to the International Monetary Fund on 3 occasions, and we cannot openly flaunt rules. We have legal agreement to obey and work with the rules, and the government seems not doing that. And that's one of the challenges we have. This is not about you as a NNP or NDC. Yes, it is more than that. I believe even a lot of people from the National Democratic Congress are slightly disappointed too. I believe even the NNP did not expect this kind of immature and rudimentary behavior in Grenada. So all of us in Grenada are concerned. Yes, we might be expressing more than the other. You might be on the defensive. In fact, I'm also concerned that a lot of hardline NDC cannot defend their action. Anytime your government or who you support or your friend take an action and you cannot defend it, you cannot justify it, you know you're in problem. So some of the position taken by the government today cannot be defended, even by hardliners and articulate NDC members cannot defend it. This is a warning signal. I always remember I went over and over and listened to the Minister of Labor, the Attorney General, when she spoke about serious damage and irreparable damage. And I thought that is one of the most genuine cry I heard from her. I think she is concerned. I believe she is worried. What she say? Let us be frank with the people.
Let's be straight.
Let's be straight to the people. If we go that direction, we could cause serious damage. She said even irreparable damage to the economy. And I thought that was a cry coming from her. Now I challenge economists in the countries, the trade union leaders, go back and listen. Yes, caller, welcome.
Contract work and pension reform must go together. Because we commit to pay the retroactive pension, and we are doing so. We understand the import of the ruling of the court. But so as not to do severe damage, perhaps even irreparable damage to our economy in the long run, we must work out a pension plan going forward that's sustainable.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I really want this statement transcend political parties, This statement coming from the Minister of Labour, and after I go back and listen to her over and over again, I believe it came from the deep recesses of our soul, saying no, no, no. And I will challenge and encourage individuals who involve in management, individuals who claim they are czars in economics, to listen to a statement, to assess it, to see if there is any merit in it. This statement made by the Minister of Labour and Attorney General transcend political parties. And it's a cry out from the deep recesses of our conscience. And I believe even the trade union leaders, we might want to go and approach government and ask for exorbitant amount. But even the trade union leaders must go back or maybe seek explanation from the Minister of Labour and the Attorney General to understand the depth of affairs. We could only destroy this country. Remember, we had 3 structural adjustment programs. In 2008, the economy was in free fall. We were selling property. The government sold property that did not belong to them. And the government sold property that they did not legally authorize to sell. What they couldn't sell legally, they sell it. It's like somebody take your fridge in your house and sell it. And then you have to go and recover it from the person who buy it. The government of Grenada do that. And they was not lacking in legal advice. They was desperate, an act of desperation. Now this is serious. This is not about NNP or NDC. This is about Grenada. And I encourage all our ordinary thinking folks to go back and listen to the Minister of Labour and Attorney General's statement. She said, we agreed to pay. We committed. We start. But severe damage and perhaps irreparable damage to the economy. What I see going on in Grenada, I am concerned. I'm extremely concerned of the level of insensitivity to the people we are expected to help the most. I'm extremely concerned about the political mischief. I know what it's going to do to the ministries. You know, contrary to a number of people believe, a lot of public officers, in fact, the majority of senior officers try desperately to hide their politics. Very few people in government, in the public service, would discuss politics with you. I know. Very few. So they try their best to hide their politics from the public. Some people believe if your brother is a politician or your sister is a politician, it means that you have to support the political party. Throughout the island, you see husband and wife, or boyfriend and girlfriend, or man and woman, or spouses that dress in different political clothes and they live in relatively good. In the public service, we have to try to treat the public service as professionals. If we do, they're going to help to pull up one another when they run short. But once you go nitpicking and looking for colors in the public service, you're in trouble. Because some of the individuals who makes the most noise and their own productive the most, they're going to advance in high position. And then they cannot command respect among the others. Assistance would not be volunteered. You go have a serious drop in discipline and production. I say that because I expect Lennox Andrew, as somebody who go through the public service, to be cognizant of that and to be careful. But I have my doubts because I was shocked when I heard the very said Andrew said that they sabotaged Nazim when he paid late. Caller, welcome.
Yes, morning. Can I put the link on it? If I give me a number, can you assist me, please, sir? Number is 4420115.
Say it again. 0115.
4420115.
That's okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. 4 foot. Yeah.
0115.
Yeah. You see, that's the challenge we have. You see, a lot of poor people don't understand the public service. And I want to give you a strange example. Let us suppose the Minister of Agriculture is in China. That is Persuader or Morocco. And he come up while he was on the plane, he dreamed of a nice idea. And he discussed it in China and they found it favorable. And they asked him for details. He would say, well, by tomorrow evening, I'll give you. And he will pick up the telephone and call the permanent secretary in Grenada. Let's say the permanent secretary is a woman. Because sometimes you don't even remember the time. And because of this eagerness and the urgency to get things done, sometimes in the middle of the night, the permanent secretary wake up to hear the minister's voice. And they will take his call. They will listen to him. But the information he wants, by 10 o'clock in the morning, she don't have it. He's in agriculture. So let us suppose he wants something from the vet. She would pick up the telephone and call the veterinary officer and say, I want this information by 8 o'clock this morning. And let us suppose the vet is his officer that is in charge of that department. He would pick up the telephone and call him too. Make sure 8 o'clock in the morning you in my office and this is the information I want. And the minister in China will get it back from the minister. The minister in China would get it back from the permanent secretary by 10 o'clock. That is how a cohesive ministry work. The public outside could believe that because you're doing your work that way, you align with the politician. That is the nature of the public service. And people who go in politics, you have to understand that. Lennox Andrew should understand that. But when he made this statement about sabotage, it grieved my heart. Public officers used to get paid the last Friday in the month. And during the days of Eric Gary, he was not able to pay them the last Friday. And they strike the first of the month. And the first of the month was a Monday. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yes, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, my brother.
And good morning to the rest of the personnel.
Could you identify with what I said?
Totally.
Yes, my brother.
Totally, because I could give you some examples. In the Cocoa Bowl, the same thing happened. The manager will call the any of the extension officers or personnel, higher personnel, and get information and tell them he want that information first thing in the morning. And first thing in the morning when you reach, the boss will tell you, look up your reports and see what you have and so, how much money that person collected, how much money that area gave out and whatnot. So I'm aware of those things.
Yeah, my brother.
Right? Last night I was listening to Khalid Shafariag and the minister in Carriacou. And I was very much disappointed. Very much disappointed. She was hosting a program with the minister. And every time she tried to get a question to the minister cuts off and tells her about the life he lives, the life the party, the thing the party have done, the new achievement that he have made. And the lady keep on telling him, Mr. Andrew, what we're talking about is I'm asking you a question. This is what was said. This is what was said in a report. Can you? And he just keep on doubting and cut across in the woman. That was real in bad taste. I would like you to perhaps get a clipping of the thing, and you would see what I'm saying. It was unprofessional, and a man claiming himself to be the minister, they ask him about his aunt dismissal, and he don't know about this and he don't know about that, and they ask him about the permanent secretary. He didn't attend a meeting when he had thing, and he don't know about that. He wasn't informed about that, and the permanent secretary is the best permanent secretary, and what this. It shows low competent when you're in that hierarchy, you don't do that. And diable occasion she had was to actually, for that matter, she had also actually cut short and tell him, okay, at the next program we will go into your constituency and the different thing that was done. And she admit telling him, okay, yes, your party have done a lot for this short time coming, but we are talking about rumors we hear and about information and about reports that the union make. Are you saying that the union leader lie and whatnot? And he just keep walking away from it.
My brother,
that was in very positive.
I will really genuinely want some of the journalists that the government is comfortable with to help them, to actually sit down in their office, take the questions that they have and help them. Because it will be an embarrassment of grandiose proportion. So I believe a lot of the NDC members are hiding from the public. They need help. And I believe the same journalists you call them and the one Deacon name should actually try to genuinely help them. Because they're hiding from the public and they're making mistakes. They don't expect help from me. I ask my questions publicly.
No, I mean, it was definitely not fair. And I will wish you get a copy of Calista's thing, and you will see what I'm saying. You realize that
I normally follow her on the articles that she present.
Right.
So sometime I'll go and pick it up. Sometimes not the same time, but I've been following her with Jenny Simon and Mr. Tobias, and
You're right.
Yes,
I remember hearing all those.
Yes. So I will pick it up on Facebook some other time. Yeah.
And in just to close, in terms with marketing board, I think the Prime Minister have not, while I agree and accept that marketing board was bleeding for a long time and somebody have to stop the bleeding, and if the government willing to stop the bleeding, I have no problem. But based on the consultation that the Prime Minister had, and based on what he do know, it is not adding up. Definitely not adding up. Even Mr. Andal, who is supposed to be right now the chairman of the marketing board, have been fed up. And he made that clear on a radio station last night, that he wasn't aware that was coming. And if he's the chairman of the board and he wasn't aware that the folding up of the marketing board was coming, then something wrong. For that matter, he say he have resigned. He have not resigned officially, but he have told the Prime Minister that he cannot continue. He will resign because of the attitude
but
of
he don't
this matter was
resign.
done.
He don't resign. He threatened him to resign.
Huh?
He threatened to resign. He don't resign.
No. He resigned. He said that at the next meeting, whenever the board meet, he will be tendering resignation.
Well, he don't resign yet. He going to resign at the next meeting.
Well,
planning to resign.
Officially.
Planning to drink rum. He's not drinking rum. Yes, thank you.
But yes, I mean, I am.
That's just a little joke.
That something have to be done with the marketing board matter. But the Prime Minister said that he's going to go on the island, question the people, take their views, and he's saying now that the views out there was to close down marketing board. That was not the views, and I could guarantee for St. John's that was not the views at St. John. While we had a lot of criticism on marketing board, and I will still have criticism on marketing board, the idea was not to close down. And bringing a new system in, once it could pay off, I don't have a problem with it.
Thank
Both
you, Colin.
governments
All right,
are
thank you,
responsible
thanks.
for the bleeding of the marketing board.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
One of the, I think the Prime Minister, after the discussion, yeah, waiting.
It's real, it's 91.9, time for us to take a break, and we'll be back after this. The news is up next.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, the government of Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines gives a resounding commitment to supporting and amplifying efforts to increase local production and export of agricultural produce. In the region, in Antigua and Barbuda, government ponders a way forward to resolve the issues surrounding West African visitors who remains in the country. We get more in this report.
We reserve the right as the government to make a determination as to what we should do with those persons. The Immigration Department indicated to us that they could locate these persons. We know who they are, and to the extent that they have certain conditions that they have access to look at, we are prepared to facilitate those persons who want to go back home.
Minister Nicholas says there is also a plan of action for those who desire to legally reside in this country.
Where persons have had difficulties in returning home because of conditions back home which are unfavorable to their social welfare. We have made a determination that we will give them accommodation here and find a way of making them legal, giving them legal status here. So that's what the Immigration Department is looking at the moment. Again, we have made a determination that we're going to look to see whether or not there are any particular skills that are present with these people that will give further justification for maintaining and keeping them here.
The minister states categorically work and residency permits are being considered, but not passports.
Antiguan passport, no, I don't think that is on the card, but certainly the whole idea of residency and work permits, that is part of the legal framework that we are considering.
Despite a peaceful protest by the United Progressive Party on Tuesday, calling for consultation on the matter, the minister adds dialogue with the opposition is not on the cards.
I don't know to what extent and to what end would a consultation change any of that. We should guard against being lulled into this idea of consultation. It really is an engagement to create political noise as far as we're concerned. And we're not going to be getting caught up in that snare.
There are some 637 West Africans still on island after flying in on Antigua Airways charter flights. Those charter flights into Antigua have been suspended temporarily.
Around the globe, the United States will explore taking action against entities connected to China's military that supported the flight of a Chinese spy balloon into U.S. airspace last week, a senior State Department official said. Here are the details.
The United States may take action against entities connected to China's military that supported the flight of a Chinese spy balloon into U.S. airspace last week. That's according to a senior State Department official on Thursday. The official added that Washington is confident that the manufacturer of the Chinese balloon has a direct relationship with the People's Liberation Army. The White House echoed the notion that Washington would take action, but has not specified what measures are under consideration. The FBI is leading efforts to analyze recovered remains of the balloon and said it had obtained only limited physical evidence. The Bureau has said it does not yet have enough information to assess its capabilities. But the State Department source said high-resolution imagery of the balloon revealed it was capable of conducting signals intelligence collection operations. President Joe Biden insisted in a Noticias Telemundo interview that he did not regret shooting down the balloon sooner.
And the idea that a balloon could traverse, break American airspace is, anyway, it's not a major breach.
The spectacle of the Chinese balloon drifting over the United States last week caused political outrage in Washington. Democratic and Republican lawmakers sharply criticized the military and the Biden administration for failing to shoot down the balloon when it first entered U.S. airspace, and instead waiting for a week to do so. China's foreign ministry has said it was a weather balloon that had blown off course and accused the United States of overreacting.
And in sports, UK Culture Secretary Lucy Fraser will chair a summit of 30 nations to discuss Russian and Belarusian athletes' participation in next year's Olympics in Paris. This ends the latest update of news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents: soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Book your spot now to see the Spice Boys in action against the Barbados national team in February. On Wednesday, February 22nd, the action is at the Fun Recreation Ground in St. Patrick from 7 p.m. We then head to the Victoria Park in Grenfell from 7 p.m. on Friday, February 24th. And finally, we go to Guelph at the Cuthbert Peters Park on Sunday, February 26th from 4 p.m. Come out in your numbers and support our boys as they prepare for the USA. Admission at the door, $15 for adults and $5 for children. Expect fun, excitement, and competitive football. February 22nd, 24th, and 26th. Grenada versus Barbados. Don't you miss it.
Sandy's Variety Store, located on Main Street, St. Patrick. That one-of-a-kind store where you can find ladies, men, and children clothing in all sizes and styles. underwear for men, women, and children, shoes, sneakers for the whole family. We also carry plus sizes too. One-of-a-kind items where you would only find at Sandy's. And guess what? You won't find more than 3 items that's the same. Sandy's Variety Store. Call us at 418-4769. That number again, 418-4769. Sandy's Variety Store.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With much new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
Well, let me just say that we are not closing down MNIB. I think the Prime Minister said that that option is not on the table. Right? The idea is how can we make it more efficient, right? And so that is why we wanted to have consultation with the people, so that when making our decision, we can be guided accordingly. But we are not closing down MNIB.
Play that again.
Play it again. Well, and let me just say that we are not closing down MNIB. I think the Prime Minister said that that option is not on the table. Right? The idea is how can we make it more efficient, right? And so that is why we wanted to have consultation with the people, so that when making our decision, we can be guided accordingly. But we are not closing down MNIB.
So here goes. Andy Williams, Minister Andy Williams. That's not his name?
I think so.
Mr. Pierre?
Yeah, I think it's some Andy Williams. Andy Williams.
In that clip, said that closing down marketing board was not one of the options on the table at the time when he spoke. The question is, when did closing down marketing board become an option? That is the question here. Now, on July 19th, 2022 thereabouts, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about marketing board, and winding up the operations of marketing board was mentioned in the conversation, Mr. Pierre. And subsequent to that, the Prime Minister and a team of persons went around. And what was strange about the whole issue was the Minister of Agriculture was not saying much. And I think this thing came under the ministry. And all assurances will be given about the taking information, as Mr. Williams just indicated. But we here on Will FM said The decision was already made. And there was only going around papi showing and mama guiding the people. Now, the predicament this administration finds itself in is that when they speak, people stop believe. Because too often, one thing is said, and then when you get to it. And persons, that was one, marketing board. The other issue of the plane. The other issue of making all contract workers permanent by the stroke of a pen. So you find you have too much things, and it is not a coincidence, but it becomes a habit that this present administration tells you something what they think you want to hear. And as soon as they realize it's sinking, they do something opposite. Earlier on, Mr. Pale mentioned something, and I thought I should comment on it. The supporters of the National Democratic Congress find themselves in a position to defend what is being done. Now, in cricket, they tell you you can set field for bad bowling. Now, every government, be this one, be the one before, be the one to come, they will make mistakes. That is a given. But it's how you treat it when you make mistake. Making excuses and what is going on in Grenada every time this present administration does something and people complain, they talk about the other administration. Morning, caller.
Good morning, Mr. Carl.
How you
Good
doing?
morning, Igwe. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning, Mr.
Go ahead, caller.
I asked myself a question, right? And something I recognize that this government doing. If the government already made the decision what they will do with Maxim Board, what the government did after they made the decision, they go out and they say they're having consultation. Giving the impression that they're transparent. Right? I want to hear the views of the public, what to do with Maxim Board. So it seems like they put in the cat to Harley Haas. And check something again with they're putting people on boards, different boards. Remember the government said that they have amongst a lot of people to be put on different boards? But check the trend. All who are on the boards is ex ministers. So they had these people them there to put on the board already, but they try to broaden it so they say honestly like it's transparent, right? Which already they know to they say who will be on different boards. You have one man on 3 or 4 boards, right? So they're giving the impression of like they throw it out to the public, so that the public goes, well, they didn't just have one group of one set of people. But what they did know is like they had these people there to put on the board, and that is the trend of this government. Right? They will tell you something, but they're doing the opposite. I'm saying, but sometimes you have to look at people, look at the consequence, look at what could happen with people when they are walking and you send them home. Them alone. This one they had a wife, they had a husband, they had a children to take care of. Right? So if you want to do something with Maxim Board, you have to look at try to put things in place. So then, when you get that, then you apply back the same people, but the people that will be going on by the end of this month. So then, none of them return back to Maxim Board. They might bring in their own people. What happened to these people like them? What happened to them? They're not working. I'm always saying a government is there to find and to make environmental right for people to get work and make life better, not to make life worse.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you, caller. And like I was saying, Mr. P, an excuse or the past administration. Remember, you campaigned and you told the Grenadian public you could do better. You told the Grenadian public that you had a remedy for all maladies of the society, even seaweed. So now to come making excuse and say NNP used to do that is not part of what you told us, the people. The 3,000 people you won by expect better from you. If the NDC diehards accept what you're saying, remember, numbers don't lie. And you're not governing the country only for NDC supporters or voters. So, marketing board, okay. We all speak of marketing board and we have a view as to how marketing board is. But remember, they are workers and a family and a bunch of women again, Mr. Pierre. Like you have a serious assault on the women population in this country. But up to this time, you're in here in G now. What happened, G now? They disband G now?
That's the girls on them?
Something for women. Because one time they used to be vocal. And my thing is about it, Mr. P, and I like to always give a simple numbers. By this action, you taking away about $200,000 per month from poor people again. You know? You understand? And some people making excuse and talking about what happened before. What happened before did happen. Talking about it from now till doomsday wouldn't change the thing. The action by making everybody go and winding up the company, was it the best action? What's your view, Mr. P?
There is absolutely no need to disband marketing board. You see, the government has entered a dangerous pendulum. Because if you disband marketing board, you are saying, we cannot fix nothing. We cannot even try. We can't even attempt. And everything in Grenada not working, we will get rid of it. Now, I describe the Prime Minister of Grenada, Dick Mitchell, as a fake. And sometimes we need to concentrate on him. Dick Mitchell pretend he was a socialist. So he evoked Maurice Bishop's spirit to get the support of the communists and socialistic inclined people.
Yeah.
And most workers in Grenada are somewhat socialistic or socialist inclined.
In thinking.
So he evoked Maurice Bishop's spirit for that. Then how could he sell marketing board? He went in Cuba to hug Daniel Ortega. And they claim, well, there is a little bishop. Put the E2 passport in more danger. I asked the question, why this corporate lawyer came into politics? Who sent him? He was sold as a leader with deep pockets and contact. I have never heard anyone in the Caribbean being sold when they come in politics as a leader with deep pockets and contacts. Who sent him? A number of Grenadians get tricked. And we must acknowledge, whether NDC or NNP, everybody get tricked. Because even members of the NDC, NNP, did not expect what going on.
Even the Rasta and them get tricked.
All Rasta. Even members of the NNP, they are shocked, maybe they're surprised. They never thought under a year what we will be discussing, no will be discussing.
No.
You know what is hard? After this government, if this government continue on this trajectory, and I hope and pray they don't, who picks up this country after?
Yeah.
We will be in serious economic trouble.
It's like picking up the gleanings.
We would have undermined the flow, the rhythm, the social togetherness in the community.
The social stability.
We would have helped to destroy the public service. The Caribbean, we might be the laughing stock in the Caribbean. And we would not have assets. Government would have sold all assets. Even Andy. And I always believe Andy is being used. A young man who is ambitious. And he's ambitious and maybe don't have all the necessary experience in politics, and he's been used. And he might be considered a patriotic bourgeois. So they put him in charge of political mischief. And he's been used. He himself is shocked that marketing board is sold. Marketing board is disbanded, disposed of. I asked the question, who sent the Prime Minister? We bought cat in bag, but what we bought is a fake. In yesteryear, guys used to sell gun in bag, tell you don't open the bag. But what in it was a piece of wood shaped as a gun.
Or a stone.
Or a stone. And I think this is what happened to Grenada. The Prime Minister of the country that recently won election, I understand he had an outburst when Dick Mitchell said he go rent to plane. Yes, caller, welcome.
No, not a call.
Yes, sir.
A question from a school child. They're asking what was the best option for marketing board, in your views?
Marketing board have a problem with, first of all, you have to understand that one of the objectives of marketing board was to help to subsidize and facilitate the farmers. Marketing board was encouraged all the time to buy farmers' products. And sometimes they buy farmers' products and dump it. And nothing is wrong with that. What we need to have is more effective management of marketing board. Maybe they have to discontinue buying farmers' product when they cannot sell it. All we needed was better management. Marketing board have 100 workers. So even if marketing board is not making money and it's just breaking even, you keep marketing board. Because marketing board provide a service. The person who make coconut chip in St. Patrick's can go and sell it in St. George's. So marketing board takes it and distribute it. You could hear from the cry from a number of the people who were making products, the cottage industry, how they was crying for marketing board. So, yes, caller.
Yes, Mr. P. Somebody just asked a question, what would have been the best thing for marketing board?
And I was answering.
Right. Remember we had Banana Association here. We have Cocoa Association. Every ton of banana that was produced in Grenada, the banana board, once the quality was reached to the standard, was responsible for purchasing it. Every ton of cocoa that is produced in Grenada, the Cocoa Association, once you reach the quality and standard, is responsible for buying it. The marketing board was supposed to make sure that the quality of produce coming, that they're capable of buying it. And able to find market. That's why they call them market and importing board. And find market for it. The marketing, the arm of the association where you have to market, something was wrong with it. Do you remember marketing board used to buy plantain from farmers? And there were a lot of farmers, I know farmers that bought vehicle from selling plantain to marketing board. I know on that. So the whole need that it was not properly managed and balanced.
Caller.
I listen to you.
Cocoa Association have a ready foreign market. Nutmeg Association have a ready foreign market. Banana Association had a ready foreign market. But there was no specific market for the other crops. So marketing, the idea behind marketing board was to search for markets. At one time there was exporting golden apple and etc. and other products. We had fruit fly. We have a question of the distribution of the cottage industry. People who make chip and mango and jam and etc. And marketing board come with different outlets to put it out. So the marketing that marketing board had to do was not as straightforward as cocoa and nutmeg.
No, but
albeit what we need is to improve the management of marketing board. Some of the people they put in marketing board, they never even have a pig pen. They never even sell sweets. So maybe we need to concentrate on some of the businessmen and put them in marketing board to manage.
Are you saying almost what I'm saying?
And create management incentive. But marketing board is an area to subsidize the farming community.
Do you remember at some time when government had 3 estates that they wanted us to privatize, and marketing board was campaigning for one?
I didn't agree with that at all.
I was one of the first persons that said, no way.
I didn't agree with that.
So that you saying just what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Marketing board was not playing the role that they were made to for.
But
that's where they got sick.
Caller, the mental institute don't making money. Government don't get rid of it.
No,
the rich man hill home don't making money. Government don't get rid of it.
I am not supporting that government should get marketing.
Caller.
All I'm saying that marketing board was not doing what is expected of them.
Okay.
And the government, from government side, both government, all government, knew that marketing board was failing.
Okay. All right,
That's
thanks,
the point I'm
Clifford.
making.
All right.
Yeah.
You see, one of the challenge we have in Grenada here is that Deacon Mitchell is a fake. I know a lot of people won't agree with me now. But start to study Deacon Mitchell. He gave the impression that he was socialist, communist in incline. So the least work, that is why a lot of the people from the diaspora who like Maurice Bishop. Bishop is an orator. He's somebody with charisma. The manner in which he died was traumatic. Bishop will be loved for eternity. So Deacon play on that. And he pretend he's socialist. He never tried to find solution for marketing board. Deacon Mitchell said that within 6 days, 1,500 people sending their CV ready to help him. Well, he said we have more people than them. Let us ask Deacon how much of these people he used. Deacon came premeditated with his plan to dispose of Grenada assets.
Yeah.
It was listed in the budget.
Disposal of assets.
Deacon, now tell us, why would you fire 30 persons from Granba Estate and leave 3? What do you think happened to Granba Estate now? Those fellas you fire, they might hunting?
What would become with the
So
assets?
Deacon is preparing Granba Estate for sale. Irrespective of the Minister of Agriculture say is a good estate for weed. The Minister of Agriculture just talking out a ton.
Just like how Andy talk out a
Just
ton.
as how Andy spoke out a ton. He get tricked. The same way the Minister of Social Affairs, Sister Gloria Thomas, said we go keep the $150. She was just speaking out a ton. She got tricked. The question is, who sent Deacon and what he is after? When we finish sell marketing board, we sell Granba Estate, we sell electricity company.
Sell the hospital grounds.
What do you think is going to happen? Grenada might be on the road to Haiti. And all of us are responsible. We have no influence on Deacon Mitchell. The journalists that have, the journalists that he identified publicly, he cannot afford, well, he could. He could ignore them because he had been speaking with forked tongue. So he could ignore these journalists. But they're in a best position. I'm not saying to criticize him, Help him. You all have a lot of experience. Help him. Maybe you all could reach him. I would have called on my brother William, but you get radicalized. Can't call on him. Ask the Bar Association. But the Bar Association never intervened to settle conflict amicably. John Galton Tilaita tell me they does only reap the harvest when Grenadian fight.
Yeah, yes.
After a good fight, all lawyers pocket fat. They like contention.
They collect any spoils.
But when the country economy deteriorates, as the Minister of Labour and Attorney General said, we could cause severe, irreparable damage. Irreparable damage It is a cry.
Mr. Pierre, one question. What would happen to the assets of marketing board?
Well, generally, Deacon will find some way to attach it to somebody or him.
Yeah,
or the government.
But school children has already indicated that someone of Caucasian orientation, one who deals with the exporting of soursop, is earmarked to scoop up the gleanings.
And this individual have been trying to dominate the soursop market for years.
Yes.
So why you think, Deacon, you think it's accident that they fire the people in pest management? They want to destroy the economy to a level.
To help him.
So to frustrate the other exporters.
Yeah, and then give him.
The other exporters in Grenada already have to beg for space because the very individual command the majority of space on the airline.
And school children indicated because...
You know what is going on in Grenada is so sad. Eh? It's so unfortunate. It's so sad. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning to you, Mr. Pierre.
Yes.
Good morning to Mr. Carl Caton. Igwe, good morning.
Morning.
Well, Mr. Pierre and Mr. Carl Caton, you give me cause to concern. I'm telling you the truth. I so rightly agree with you. What he's saying. What did Deacon Mitchell come for? The Prime Minister come for? What he come here for? What he intend to do? He meet the country going. He meet a strong economy, and he see the country is going forward. I never see people was idling like that. But at the end of the day, he came and he didn't come to fix anything. He didn't come for betterment. He come to destroy. And as far as I'm concerned, he's going to be successful at it. Because when I came in this country and I look at marketing board, it was so nice. Because when the sun hot in Carrico, it's well hot and it's burning. And if you want some green bananas, you have to walk up and down. But there was one place was there you could have entered the marketing board and you could have, when you go in there, it's nice and cool. You take your time and you choose what you want and you can go home. So if you carry on like that, Grenada going to be like Nigeria. We're going to have all these people who want to sell their food stuff, all the farmers and them. They go line up the street of Carrico, blocking the sidewalk. You won't be able to pass because everybody wants $1. And they say everybody have to eat a food. So everybody wants to sell the produce. So that everybody will be parking on the sidewalk. The things is when Mr. Nimrod was here, he created a market for people in the market. So the market will come to the street and will be walking in the street, right? It doesn't make sense. When you go and look at Nigeria, everybody making noise. You can't tell sidewalk, you can't tell road. Everybody making noise because everybody's selling. And Grenada going to come like Nigeria. We want, when they appointed a prime minister into the country, you're looking for someone to take the country forward, propel the country to go forward. Keith Mitchell was doing that. And everybody was happy. Now you're talking to people, everybody afraid to talk. Everybody afraid to pick up the phone and to call, to voice their opinion. They can't do that because they're frightened, because they know they have their children at school, their children will be victimized. And they don't want that. So they keep quiet and they're bearing the pressure. A lot of people, they're not working. Come in Carrico. Carrico dead is a ghost town. We have wake, funeral happening every day because of what the Prime Minister do to the country. It's terrible. And I know it's terrible. We're going back to the dark ages when NDC was here, but still it was a little bit better. Right? But right now, when you take a man and a woman, you force them out of their job, their daily bread, to feed their children, what do you want them to do? So that's right now, I don't know what they're up to, because you're forcing people to rob and steal. No, you have to lock doors, batten down windows, like you're expecting a hurricane, because you're frightened for the thief to come in. They will come in. When Keith Mitchell was there, everything was free. We was free. We living free. We're like a free bird. We could take our flight anytime we want to. But right now, we're scared. We can't do that. Ministers have no respect for the people, no respect at all. They keep carrying on in this kind of fashion that no one understands. That's not right. Look at the little young children. What example do you leave for the young children? What hope do they have? They have no hope in this country. No hope at all, because everything was built up and they come and they mashing down. That is not right. Anyway, Mr. P, have a wonderful day.
Yes, scholar.
Mr. Carl Keaton, have a wonderful day. God bless you.
Thank you.
Sometimes I try to avoid getting us to start to look at the macroeconomics damage that will be done to the country. Sometimes that's why I say if you want to transfer, you can fire policemen. If you want to transfer senior policemen, take the decision and transfer them. But don't unravel the force. What the government is doing, you might lose workers here. You fire the workers from pest management. My issue is to bring back workers. So if you don't want the green workers there, get yellow workers and bring them back. What the government doing is destroying the macroeconomic policies of this country. That is what they're doing.
Mr. Pierre, make a point about transfer. Although we understand the public service is transferable with parallel, you cannot transfer a man under. But if a man is acting or in a position and you transfer him and don't give him an opportunity to get the position, the man could seek redressing.
Yeah, the police have redress. In the public service, they have redress. They could go to court. They could challenge you in the Public Service Commission. They could go to the appeals board in the public service. It takes long, but justice is afforded.
Yeah, and once a precedent is set, it is easy to
right, so individuals could have a course of redress. In the parallel service, it's more difficult to have redress because individuals are not unionized. Union don't care, and they're too poor to approach a lawyer.
Because if a man has a career in police for 31 or 32 years, and you just opt and transfer him within the wider public service, the man could then claim now you damage the career.
Yes, that could be done. You have to be a post of equal status, and he must not lose pay. He must be equal status, and you must not be a question of demeaning the individual. But even if these things happen, and you know people are uneasy or uncomfortable with it, they have redress. What is worse is when government get rid of 100 workers in marketing board and go around and give people the impression that marketing board losing money and it is not, you cannot manage it. Then what you come in government for? Do you come in government to sell out government assets? You should have told the people that. You gave the people the impression that you're a socialist in nature. That's why you evoke Mary Bishop's spirit. That's why the minister get misled. He go to the hospital looking for the spirit 2 o'clock in the morning. The nurse get afraid. Otherwise, you should have sent him in the pathological annex. This is why Andy is saying you wouldn't do that. This is why Gloria Thomas is saying that even the ministers around the commission don't know why he come in agenda. The other brother in Carriacou is a loose cannon that get away. He don't even know what's going on. He just a loose cannon trying to exact vengeance on people in your own community.
Mr. Pierre, listen this. The Prime Minister, there's information to suggest that the Prime Minister had a meeting with the nurses and promised them to make them permanent next year. But at the same time, you have a gentleman leading the effort to have a contributory scheme. So if the nurses don't get permanent this year, when next year come, they fall under the contributory scheme. And in 1958 instrument speak different. So that's what I tell you, every time the Prime Minister and others speak, the reality is different from what they're saying. So you're telling the nurses, I will make you permanent next year. But you have a man, some Dr. Gilchrist working on something to make it a contributory scheme. And that is what is confusing persons. And it's really to the RGPF, because I went at length this morning to explain why the police and them under pressure. Because when you have disunity in the police force, the benefactors of this unity is criminals and rogue elements in the force. And they pray and they go rip havoc on, if to put it in there, was the good people of Grenada. Because even the good people will be affected, you know, Mr. P. And when you, and listen how the thing is, Mr. P. Now, these people, as you say, it is in their DNA. And a lot of discussions they have behind closed door. A lot of persons close to them and ministers don't get any memo not to talk. They don't know when to talk. So when Andy say we don't close it down, he don't get the memo. When Claudette speak, they don't get the memo. Now, as it relates to the RGPF, the way they treating one Tafawa Pierre and Edwin Martin is things they discuss on doing them already. So, when you see these things happening, you have to question yourself, who next? You ever watch wrestling with Goldberg? And Goldberg telling people, you next. And when you still hear them saying you have too much NNP in position, who next? Mr. Pierre, you know about Hitler. I know the cleansing for the perfect grace. You heard the word detoxification. Does detoxification mean you move all who you perceive to be NNP out of the work? And that is concerning, Mr. P. Call it what you want. That does not augur well for unity. And after you're doing all of these things, you're still asking for unity and coming together. And that is the crux of the matter. The action doesn't match the words. It's like you talking the talk, but you don't want to walk the walk. And when we talk about institutional knowledge, look at the parade, Independence Parade. And if you were somebody who have not been here a long time, and you listen to the utterances of the Prime Minister and others, you see Grenada become a place from June 23rd last year. Because does it have the state of Pity Matnik and the state of Carriacou? But the Prime Minister saying that. And that is the crux of the matter when we cannot believe the gentleman, Mr. Pierre.
The Prime Minister is a fake. You see, one of the challenges we have in Grenada, we could have stopped Maurice Bishop from doing what he's doing. We did not stop. Maurice Bishop might have had good intention, but we could have stopped him. We could have caused the Bishop in a very early stage to call election. We could have done that in Grenada. We could have stopped Deacon too. The nurses in Grenada need to know the nurses' history. The nurses in Grenada always been used. Because nurses always believe they're not in the same social strata. So the GNP, the NDC, the revolution always use the nurses, lie for them as if it's a joke, trick them. You're not supposed to, the police not supposed to believe lies. Because the police by nature is trained to be suspicious people. If you want to transfer the higher command, the high command of the police force, transfer them. I don't have no sympathy for them. They are senior public officers. They must prepare to function and survive under any circumstances. These individuals could get job easy in Grenada or other countries. They could, and in addition to that, they could even be underemployed. Because an educated man is supposed to be a humble man. My greatest fear is when you add up all these things together, detoxification, sanitization, restorative justice. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, caller.
I said on the station already. And persuade them, they could make that place a community place. They will give them as a how do you call it? They put a group together. They will put them together. Then they will handle them in the marketing board. They will make it a cooperative. They will make the marketing board a cooperative. I said that already. And what time you go see my words?
But you see, one of the people have to understand, people bring things like marketing board in small economies to help to subsidize agriculture. Marketing board don't have to make money. But marketing board don't have to lose all this money. Let me give you an example. I could always call Kenny Lalsin name. He's a politician. Can't vex it. Kenny Lalsin run about 3 different establishments. All this hierarchy marketing board have. Kenny Lalsin don't have it. He run about 3 different establishments. Somehow or the other, we believe a man have to get a master's degree. If government open a rum shop, they want a man with a master's degree. And this is the challenge we have. You have some top-heavy individual. Look at the salary and the pay. And they are not very productive. As soon as you employ them, they put on a tie in the neck and they start to speak English more than the Queen. They're unproductive. And this is the challenge we have. The challenge is not from lower rank workers. It's from the management of marketing board. So all we have to do is to involve people in marketing board with more business attitude, or you incentivize the leadership of marketing board based upon express production levels. That's all. Because marketing board don't have to make money, but they must be able to break even. The service that marketing board produce is more important. Public officers are not supposed to be tricked by politicians. We in tongue too long. But when you hear the public officers, you remember what the workers told Chester Humphrey? CCC workers. Chester Humphrey, you make us lose our job. Every time NDC come in power, they does the same thing. The only thing is, this one is worse. Even me, disappointed. And I did not expect much from the team that was there. But I am also disappointed.
Mr. Pierre, the traffic wardens. There's information to suggest that the CEO was Mr. Prince, and he's no more the CEO. So they don't have no leadership. Is it an indication that they next?
Well, they're creating the environment to dismantle them. The National Democratic Congress have to do that. Remember what the Minister of Labor said. We're going to make the economy irreparable. Deacon is a fake. It don't have much sense. Everybody believes because you're a lawyer, you're bright. You're bright in law, but not in putting up blocks, not in holding crayfish,
not in chopping,
not in hunting,
not in chopping wood,
not in selling in a bar, not in chopping wood, not in making manish water. Everybody doesn't brighten everything. And Deacon has never been in the political or in any group or organization before. And he come with a specific agenda. Who sent him? And he decided to trick his way in. And the best way in Grenada is to pretend you're a socialist. Because we have a lot of sympathy for the principles of socialism. Mm-hmm. And our communists in America, because all Grenadian communists is in America. Yeah, they're not in Cuba.
No.
They're not in Russia. They're in United States of America. That is Grenadian communists. So it was easy for Deacon to get a blind. And he's a fake. I watch him in Carnival. I didn't see I saw the activity on Facebook. He don't whine. He don't joke. He don't tweet a muscle.
He don't jump up.
He don't jump up. He don't tweet a muscle. And I call on him to appeal to the young people not to play with old oil, because the medical professionals said it could have negative consequences on them later. He never tell them that. And some of his social media warriors jump up on me. Yes, caller, welcome.
Mr. Pierre?
Yes, caller.
talking can help us, you know.
Yes, talking could help us.
We have to do a lot of action.
In democracy, we have
to go on the street.
Caller.
We have to demonstrate.
Caller.
Yes.
We demonstrate a lot in the 70s, 80s. We are demonstrating because we don't understand. Look at the trouble the nurses going to put themselves in. Look at what the CCC workers say. We are demonstrating because we don't understand our history. That is why I say.
We have to take them out by the Quran.
No.
We have to take them out.
What we need to do is to understand our history. So we would have known we buying cat in bag. We have a democratic system. We have a means by which we change government. We change government by the ballot. And we change government through motion of no confidence in the House. That is what we do.
But that's what we have to do now.
And that's what we have to advocate. And we must point.
We have to do it fast too. Because we see another trouble going on.
But we do a lot of things.
Do you have a young government yet and we see trouble so?
Well, yes, because we buy cat in bag. You get a stone for a gun. You get a piece of wood for a gun. We buy cat in bag. We get a fake. We get an individual that claim he's socialist. Daniel Ortega and the guy in Cuba like him is another version of Bishop. He come back and sell marketing board. That is what we get. We get an individual that don't believe in CARICOM.
You see, we can't take on that again. We take enough.
Maybe we don't take enough.
Time coming.
Maybe we don't take enough. That is why the Imani was strict in 2008. They tell them they'll give them $1,000. And in 2022, they say what we say in 2008 was a political mistake. This time we're going to make you permanent. That is what happened. Deacon said that they promised $450 to the elders. They promised $450 to the elders in 2008. In 2022, they advocated, encouraged, quote the World Health Organization, chastised the previous government for not giving them $650 and they take out $150. And people still have the gumption, the guts to stand up and watch you and blame somebody else for the crimes of Dick Mitchell. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yes, up here, really?
Yes, my brother.
Yeah, Bishop, up to yesterday, my friend, he didn't get paid and I had to borrow money to pay loan here.
Tell him take practice. The thing will get worse.
No, but I don't know, man. I said that the night and the man upset about it.
Caller, 1 year from now, the thing will get worse. We have to pray.
They call him and tell him and the interest, and so you also borrow. I said, well, that is unfair to him.
Over 1,000 workers lost their job already. Marketing board sending 100 home. It will be easier.
What should do? Marketing board should have chance. Because some people all you need to change his name. By name change, so if a man not making money, if he change his name, he go start making money. As well as say his management.
You remember NDC changing name at the Imani?
Change your name and you get rid of people.
You change your name at the
the important thing, save the jobs. And if you want to change your name, but the job save. But the main reason you get rid of the people. That now, man. Somebody else stand up agree.
Well, we're standing up. What we have to do is to pass our history on. Why you think them young people don't study the word detoxification and sanitizing and restorative justice? Deacon in a meeting in Tobago, he said we campaign on a policy of transformation. But it's not so much transformation, it is restorative justice. None of the journalists take on Deacon. We take a break, and when we're back, you could punch.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk. Do
sachet. Wolf in sheep clothing, both of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, 70 people employed with the Marketing and National Importing Board will search for new jobs as of March 1st, 2023 because the government has decided to shut down the entity in its current format. MNIB was established over 40 years ago. In the region, in Guyana, ExxonMobil will be selling the 50 million cubic feet of gas per day it brings onshore to either the government or the private sector company that will distribute the power at the Wales gas to shore plant, only to recover its capital for the pipeline infrastructure, country manager Alistair Routledge said. On the international scene, the White House says that a Chinese surveillance balloon that was shot down by the U.S. military last weekend is just one of many that China uses across the globe. In fact, the U.S. says Beijing is using a fleet of balloons to spy on at least 40 other countries. France 24's Catherine Viet tells us more.
The yeas are 419, the nays are 0.
Calling it a brazen violation of U.S. sovereignty, House Republicans and Democrats voted unanimously to condemn China's actions regarding its spy balloon.
This was a blatant violation of American sovereignty as part of a comprehensive surveillance program on the United States as well as other countries across the globe. This was a test by the Chinese Communist Party.
Since shooting down the balloon over the Atlantic Ocean on Saturday, the U.S. government has learned more details about its capabilities. The White House said images captured by a U-2 spy plane show that the balloon was equipped to detect and collect intelligence signals. It had multiple antennas and solar panels to power its operations. According to the administration, the People's Liberation Army is responsible for operating a fleet of these surveillance balloons, which are being used to spy on more than 40 countries across 5 continents. The Colombian Army says it's detected another Chinese balloon in its airspace. Government sources say that India, Vietnam, the Philippines, Japan, and Taiwan have already been spied on by Chinese balloons. While Beijing continues to insist it was nothing more sinister than a weather balloon, these latest revelations are meant to refute those claims. The White House says it's considering taking action against entities connected to China's spy balloon program, such as the balloon's manufacturer. Meanwhile, the FBI is continuing to analyze the debris retrieved from the ocean floor for further clues.
In sports, spinner Todd Murphy took 5 wickets on his Australian debut, but Rohit Sharma's century helped India build a big lead on day 2 of the first test. Rohit hit a classy 120 as the hosts closed 321 for 7 in Nagpur, leading by 144 despite off-spinner Murphy's 5 for 82. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissy.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Book your spot now to see the Spice Boys in action against the Barbados national team in February. On Wednesday, February 22nd, the action is at the Fun Recreation Ground in St. Patrick from 7 p.m. We then head to the Victoria Park in Grenfell from 7 p.m. on Friday, February 24th. And finally, we go to Guelph at the Cuthbert Peters Park on Sunday, February 26th from 4 p.m. Come out in your numbers and support our boys as they prepare for the USA. Admission at the door, $15 for adults and $5 for children. Expect fun, excitement, and competitive football. February 22nd, 24th, and 26th. Grenada versus Barbados. Don't you miss it.
If you're having problems with termites, bats, rats, ants, roaches, and any other crawly creatures, call Reliable Services. We're the pest control specialists. We're located at Granburs in St. Andrews. We also provide power washing services, yard maintenance, and clearing of lands. Find us at 403-2652, anytime, any day. Reliable Services, we are here for you.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fit sea car arrive, then it start to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize, they say, the new driver cannot drive.
Major blow to the transformation agenda. America passed legislation that prevents people who buy Grenadian citizenship from having instant access to USA E2 visa. The new U.S. policy means individuals who buy Grenadian passports must reside in Grenada for 3 years before becoming eligible for USA E2 visas. Let me break this down for you and tell you what this means for Grenada. Citizenship by investment programs has been a lucrative source of revenue for developing countries like Grenada in recent years. In 2021, Grenada collected $24 million EC dollars from CBI. In 2022, Grenada collects $78 million in revenue from CBI. The newly elected government has projected that it anticipates collecting $240 million in revenue from selling passports in 2023. That's almost 20% of the overall budget for 2023. The news that the USA has changed its E2 visa is terrible news for the newly elected government. It poses a severe threat to the future viability of Grenada's CBI program. Most of the people who buy Grenadian passports do so to get an E2 visa and enjoy all the excellent benefits of that visa. The E2 investor visa allows an individual to enter and work in the United States based on an investment in a USA business. The E2 visa can be extended indefinitely and is valid for 3 months to 5 years. Before the USA passed this new law in December 2022, Grenada was the only Caribbean country with a CBI program whose citizens were eligible to apply for US E2 visa under a treaty entered into between the United States of America and the government of Grenada. Successful applicants enjoy the advantages of the E2 visa. The spouse and dependent children under 21 years old can be included on the visa. The spouse can apply to work anywhere in the USA. Free high school education for children in the USA with E2 visa and in-state college tuition rates apply. Spend time in the USA without paying taxes on worldwide income. The change in policy in the USA now means that someone who buys a Grenada passport today, they must live in Grenada for 3 years before they can apply for an E2 visa. Leading economists in the Caribbean region project this will seriously affect the Grenada CBI program. The projected $240 million that the newly elected government hopes to collect will no longer be possible. This will devastate the newly elected government's ability to fund their projects and programs for 2023.
So don't worry your head too much about empty treasury. Empty treasury. We in the NDC, we have the exposure. We have had the exposure. Good? And we know what to do to find money, to look after the needs of our people. And as I have the mic, let me say, as we go around the country and we speak to our people, that's a topic that they always say to us, we go pay salary late and we don't know how to run a country. Tell them that we say we know how to run a country, and tell them that we wouldn't pay salary late. All right? Tell them that affirmatively. We're not going to pay salary late, and we know how to run a country.
Well, Mr. Minister, affirmative. You prove the people right. Because you pay some late, and some don't even get paid. What's your take on that, Mr. P?
It's a lack of understanding of small economies. It's a sense of dishonesty. It's an effort to deceive the unexpected. The more we are frank with Grenadians, explain to them, provide issue better for them. When we had the massive rural electrification program, if the government then had explained to people, we just have a massive rural electrification program. Munich is celebrating the Festival of Light. Have patience with us for 1 year. Grenadians would have understand. But the government panic. And anytime NDC panic, they're doing a lot of wrong things. You remember when they cut down Belvin and nutmeg and plant banana? You remember when they sell peace in the market? Anytime NDC panic, because they are not deep thinkers, traditionally and historically, they're so angry and bitter. And the fact that they cannot last long when they win compound the hatred and bitterness. So when they panic, anytime they panic, they're selling Grenada assets. So we expect massive sale of assets of Grenada. And my biggest challenge, they go decree the macroeconomics policies of this country. And I don't envy anyone who have to try to resurrect it.
You kill PT. You go hear something for us they look like one.
That's one of the challenges that we are
facing. I find
faced.
school children say anything for us?
Yeah, I get that thing there.
Let me hear it now.
The person cannot write it funny, but let me give you. They put ill discipline alcoholic on the PM detail, and he get beaten and lost his gun. Now Judge Romain blaming the police high command for putting the PM life at risk. The PM security detail was had picked by the former COP and the two retired superintendents. They knew about the disciplinary issues with the individuals during their time in the service. Tell them stop blaming the people for their incompetence. We all know how the PM security detail is selected.
Okay, so the same former commissioner what did not perform with distinction and two former superintendents, they handpicked the Prime Minister detail.
Mm-hmm.
And they pick a man on the detail, from since the last NDC.
He does drink real rum.
He had an ill-discipline problem.
He does drink real rum.
Wow. And now they want to blame the police high command. But what is interesting here, Mr. P? They keep doing wrong things and manifesting. So it's time to take stock and get people who in the know. Because we beat up on them so much about institutional knowledge. I thought they would have get people what in the know to advise them, Mr. P.
We beg them. You cannot take 9 virgins and go on Tiger Bay. I can't see that. You'll be ravished. You'll give it away cheap. You go sell out all these country assets for nothing. The government want fire pest management unit. Replace them. If you don't like the green boys that they get yellow boys. But you can't afford to sabotage the source of industry. If you don't satisfy with the 30 people that on Granba Estate, bring 30 yellow. But I think they have trouble getting, Because when they watch the community, they identify even the people who vote for them as green. Because you remember Wizard's song? Even inside NDC, you have NNP. So they're saying weed them out.
Yeah, well, Mr. Pierre, before we went to the news, I indicated to you that information is there to suggest that a Caucasian gentleman is likely to get the gleanings of marketing board. He's already in the source of exporting business.
But he's not broken. And that's why I ask you, who's saying Deacon? I constantly ask that. It's so sad that we have all these people in Grenada who like to play them as moral judge. For all these years, you jump up on Kit Mitchell. But the question is, again, some of them are embarrassed. But who's saying Deacon? So I'm not surprised, because this individual, once he could control marketing board, his version of marketing board, he controlled the source of trade. And he could get rid of the other source of exporters. Because he already controls space on the plane.
He will bring them to his knees.
He controls space on the plane. But we must be careful. You have a bigger picture, you know. And the bigger picture, that is what's going to put us in trouble. He needs Grenada. He's not broken. But the bigger picture is what's going to put us in serious trouble with the Americans.
What you hear now about the fish? About fish, Mr. P?
Well, fish could be the same thing, because if you control the space on the plane and you control marketing board, anytime the people in fisheries play the fool with you, cut down the space they have to give you.
He might start bringing chicken too.
Well, you got to bring everything, because we don't understand this thing. We have a number of Grenadians that like to play the rich, but they don't invest. So when individuals come around and they have money and they prepare to use it, they just gravitate towards them. But he's going to control that serious trade, because the bigger picture is not a little source up. The bigger picture going to be what coming from South America. Because it's the U.S. market that's important. But we could help legitimize until the American get angry.
Because Venezuela and some other countries near to Colombia.
Well, you see, you know, sometimes you wonder if our people is sleeping. Or if I complain on radio and I draw Rwanda as an example. I saw the level of bitterness, anger, and hate that have been propagated by radio stations. I listened to radio personalities laugh at people because the command of the English language wasn't good. I saw the growing level of insensitivity to the elderly in the country. So I'm not surprised when the National Democratic Congress decide to punish the old people and take all their money. Choppy on them.
But Mr. Pierre, even persons who work has yet to receive salaries.
But it just start.
And Mr. Andrew Lennox Andrew indicated that they has way. And to be fair to Mr. Lennox Andrew, you see when they went around the country, Mr. Pierre, that was one of the questions people put to them here. Bali doesn't pay all he, and men doesn't get paid. He put all the fears to rest him. He said, fear not.
We popular.
This man, well, if you notice, there's a lot of drama that going on. You know?
But Mr. Pierre, we're talking about marketing board and what school children indicated about the Caucasian gentleman, the one in the source up industry. But you realize now the poultry industry is about 90 million per year. You know? And I doubt, as you say, if you have this business acumen, I think he might get into the poultry.
My brother, it's a sad state of affair, but just as how we dismantled all the efforts of Erigeri, and we don't want to remind it, we don't want the public to know about it. That is why I encourage people to speak, have discussion with your children, tell them your history.
So you hear
if the nurses want to know the history and the role the nurses play in politics, speak about it, we could tell them.
So our proximity to South America, as Mr. Pierre indicated.
Very important for the U.S. market. And what is happening here now, our people is being sacrificed. And that's why I asked.
Detergent could be brought from South America.
And that is why I asked a simple question.
Detergents.
I like the word you use, detergent.
You see, this thing going to affect.
Powder.
You see?
Yeah, powder detergent.
This thing is not a joke, you know.
Because South America does do a lot in that.
Yeah.
This thing is going to affect your macroeconomics. And it's going to bring Grenada to a laughable state
already
in the Caribbean.
Because what on the ground, Mr. Pierre, when they came out and tried to negotiate for the Western Side project in Barbados, was a big laugh.
Well, it's snub. I think Deacon snub the negotiators.
As they come out at the outside, understand was a big laugh.
Who attended? Who are the individuals that attended?
They say Lennox was part of that.
Well, if you have
Andy.
The Prime Minister was there?
No.
If you have a $70 million project that you're likely to lose, and the people call you to a meeting,
And
you already was very dismissive of the IMF.
And the bright man,
you are very insulting to the Caribbean leaders when you claim that if they can't get their act together, you rent to plane. You snob. Grenada insulted the negotiators.
So you don't come to solve that, what to solve the
and they retaliated. That money, you're supposed to get that money.
You're going to hog up with your tiger.
You cannot send no low rank representative when we negotiating $70 million. So it's not 20,000 you negotiating.
So if a man know about flour and sugar and moving items on the pot in a particular time, they not to go negotiate for that project.
No, it's not only the man. You have a call on the line. Caller, welcome.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pierre, Kitnanigwe. Mr. Pierre, you know a bit of history, yes? I mean, all of you and all of us. When you look at the historical...
You're a little low.
When we look at the historical development politically in our country, and we scrutinize the political parties that govern us, coming back from Sir Eric Matthew Gary right down. Now, looking at the policies, and if you look back at the policies, you look at the political parties, the philosophy of the party, like peace, love, reconciliation, unity. And you look at Eric Matthew Gary, the GLP party, and we have seen what the philosophy was for the poor, of working class, the less fortunate, is all citizens, you know. But emphasis was placed on that sector. And when you look at the work that Sir Eric Matthew Gary have done, we will see how he had cared and loved the poor and the vulnerable. Then when you look at the New National Party, the New National Party now is like the former GLP party.
GNP.
Hello?
Yeah, the New National Party, yes, is like the former GLP party.
Yes. And then when you look at the NDC, it's like the GNP.
Yeah.
So it's for us as Grenadians to know what is cheese and what is chalk.
And we just mix them up.
Yeah, and any attack on the poor people of this country, and that coming from the bourgeoisie and the plantocrats and those up there, they look at down at the poor people inferior, and they don't create opportunities for hope and to move them up, to empower them. And we know the role the GLP and the NNP has been doing. And is for us as a people, we have to make that change, because we're going to see more oppressions coming up. But we, as you rightly said to our caller, when the time comes at the polls, we know what to do to save our people, especially the poor and the vulnerable. Thank you. Have a good day.
You know what is sad and unfortunate? In 2023, this thing happening to us. There's so much evidence of the National Democratic Congress. So much evidence. Yet, people were able to be deceived. And even NNP never thought it would be so bad. A government comes in and I constantly ask, what is the agenda of the Prime Minister? Then, after the budget, I come to the conclusion he's a fake. And the budget is a disaster for the people in the lower income group. I said that from day one, yes.
You have a job and you are doing your job. There should be no issue. There should be no fear. And that's the point I'm making. I've said clearly, we want all Grenadians to be involved in the process. We want Grenadians who are competent, who are hardworking, to be involved in helping to build our country. So I can assure persons that there is no need for any fear or any jitters. If you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. It's as simple as that. If you're doing your job, you have nothing to worry about.
And in the interview in Tobago, the Prime Minister said, we campaign on and he was very relaxed. That courtroom attitude was not there. He was very relaxed. The Prime Minister said, we campaign on a policy of restorative, a policy of transformation. But he said, but it's not so much transformation, it's restorative justice. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, my brother.
The Prime Minister sent Andy Williams and Lennox Andrew to negotiate about $70 million. Yes, Andrew worked in Ministry of Finance. But why didn't he go with, or three of them go? He, Andy, and Mitchell, Andrews, and Cornwall. They're the ones in finance.
The PS was there?
I don't know. No, the PS was not there.
Then the Prime Minister snubbed the people. That's an insult.
But if you know he didn't want to go with them, why he didn't go with he and Richard Duncan should have gone?
The Prime Minister is the Minister of Finance, you know. The Prime Minister had to sick on a bed for him not to go. That is 70 million you're likely to lose. The Prime Minister, the permanent secretary.
20 money is sticky. He going still. He dragging to go inside there.
The Prime Minister flying all over the country as a hostess, 70 million to defend. He snubbed them.
Of course.
He said, hell was them, our money, something 500 million in our money. 70 million chats. I could buy 2 planes, oil, 70 million. He snubbed the people.
Yes. You have to buy plane, what?
You know picture to take out. You know people taking out picture, so you don't go in.
Yeah.
Because the man even taking out picture chopping wood, you know.
Since the people saw the individuals that work in there, it's not how you look, you know. It's not your size. It's not what you tie on your head, you know. It's your rank. It's your rank.
You standing, man.
You standing.
You claim to fame.
Are you the permanent secretary? No. Are you the deputy permanent secretary? No. Are you the Minister of Finance? No. You is the Minister of MIT? No. Restorative justice?
Victimization.
And victimization? That is an insult.
A cartoon and a victimization.
This thing and a drama artist.
Joking hole in the road, man. The tower was joking hole in the road.
The Grenada Prime Minister insulted. Is snob. I think the diplomatic word is snob. I have to get used to. It's not the people.
All right, bro.
Yeah, yes, my brother. I thought
Mr. Pierre, institutional knowledge.
This has nothing to do with institutional knowledge.
It has a
the
lot.
Prime Minister know that. Lennox Andrew should object. He have to object. No, Mr. Prime
A man
Minister.
like Dennis Cornwall could have been on that thing too.
The Minister of the permanent secretary must be there.
But Dennis Cornwall be
That
in
man
the
supposed
finance
to all
ministry.
call Timothy.
And I think Dennis maybe work in the ECC before a while.
Those
So at least he should have, people should know him.
Those individuals are to call Timothy Antoine to intervene for them. If the meeting is in Barbados, they have to call Mia Motley and ask her to intervene for them.
No, but
70 million.
Mr. Pierre, Gregory Bowen wasn't Grenada when they go in the meeting.
Well, they were not a good Gregory.
No, but no, not all that. And they talking about togetherness and come together.
I told you already.
And for country.
I think the NNP people are misled. When NDC talk about togetherness, they're talking about the good people. They're not talking about NNP people. I don't know why people saying the NDC never indicated that they want to unite with anybody else. When they speak about the good people, how you restorative justice, sanitization, detoxification. The NDC is asking for no unity. When the people in Barbados, the people involved in the financial institution, saw the contingent that come from Grenada And don't believe these people don't have intelligence.
They
have intelligence.
The vetting who come in.
The FBI, CIA, all kinds of things give them intelligence. They know it's the minister of victimization that come. They know it's the drama artist. So when they come, they say, well, they didn't bring the PS. They didn't bring 2-3 fellas in finance who would have accustomed interacting with these people at the level. Mia Motley didn't call and say, well, we have a contingent from Grenada, we know blah, blah, blah. No. What's wrong with you? Timothy Antoine in the OECS Central Bank. All these people have dealt with these institutions before. And they could help you prepare your defense. You have to go and beg it. You cannot be a beggar and a gentleman at the same time. You have to go and beg the people. But the Prime Minister of Grenada snubbed the individuals, and maybe he felt 500 and something million could last for long. So you don't care? Or he on a specific agenda. Grenadians supposed to ask, who sent the Prime Minister of Grenada and what he wants? Because I would not be surprised if a lot of members of the National Democratic Congress is worried. And when I listen to the Minister of the Attorney General and the Minister of Labor, I read genuine concern, apprehension, and borders on the realm of fear in her statement. I definitely read that. It's like somebody crying out at the depths. We have to be fair with the Grenadian people.
But you see, Mr. Pierre, the same incident we're referring to in Barbados, and you give all reasons why it should be like that. On the return here, the gentleman who went trying to give the impression that it's NNP would lose it. That was the narrative until information surfaced where the man failed miserably at giving, and what they had to do, Mr. Pierre, was to give cause why the project should continue. Because we know about the delays during the pandemic. So they're not giving you the whole story, you know. They're trying to give you a piece to show NNP lose a whole project, but they're not giving the involvement and the lack thereof. But I need to say this here now, Mr. Pierre. Now, on this station here, and you spoke about the socialism leaning of this present administration, because they they invoke the spirit of Maurice Bishop, and in all of their doings, they're trying to pattern after 4 years, 7 months, and 17 days the revolution. But we knew, because one of the brains of the revolution, Mr. Cord, in conversation with he and Kennedy Boudlal, when Kennedy Boudlal asked him what was his thoughts because the revolution demise, he indicated institutional knowledge lack thereof, because he had but not much people had. He spoke about arrogance and he spoke about youthful inexperience. And we came here, Mr. Pierre, and we won the National Democratic Congress. You know. We didn't hide it. You know. We didn't keep it among ourselves. You know. We say institutional knowledge is important, a prerequisite. Experience. You must mingle yourself with people in the know. And don't be arrogant, because the arrogance is what's showing how they could just make people go and don't have a heart about it. The arrogance. And me and you had that discussion, Mr. Pierre, not too long ago. The behavior of the present NDC administration is likened to the meaning of a vulture. A vulture prey on the inability, the weakness of people. Mm-hmm. You understand, Mr. Pierre? And what is being done to the weak people in this country, the women in this country, and the marginalized by this administration, and you find you have people still among them that is trying to find reasons to justify it. That is appalling. And to me, that is a slap in the face of every Grenadian. We recognize that mistakes will be made, but it's how you treat it. And all the talk about so and so, Mr. P, I need to say this, because I like to. You remember that youth rally in Plains for the last election NNP had? And they had a speaker from Jamaica. And the speaker said, never take the shot of the back of a naked man. What NDC did and continue to do, take all the shot on everybody back. And you still find people trying to justify taking all the shot on a naked man back. They're not saying, okay, that was a misstep or a gaffe or what you want to put it. And here's how we go try to fix it. NNP used to do it. But you campaign and you convince people that you had better ideas than NNP. So when you fail or you make stupidness, Mr. Pierre, NNP ought not to be in the conversation. Because like I say earlier on Igwe, you had the remedy for every malady in this country. When I hear you had the remedy for CMAS, I sit up in me, seaweed disappear. I sit up in me chair. Because I say we enter in David Copperfield and Harry Potter thing. Because if you could have tell the people of this country that it's easy for you to treat with seaweed, I say no, they're taking this thing too far. I mean, you have to promise in election, but you take anything too far. And the moment, Mr. Pierre, you know, what is mind-boggling about the whole thing, Mr. Pierre? The moment they told people they go make every contract worker permanent, they know at this moment was a lie. And you know what thing? Lennox Andrew sat there and said nothing. Dennis Cornwall sat there and said nothing. And even Dennis Cornwall, I want to set up the clip with Dennis Cornwall for me, agreed that there's no need for parallel public service. They go make all contract workers permanent. But within the balls of what he said, there was some truth. There is no need for parallel, so all who they deem on the other side, they're making them go. That's what he was saying, please.
And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
So all contract workers, Mr. Pierre, they put in an end to it. So they don't care if they violate the Employers Act. And the unions sit idly by, you know, Mr. Pierre, and watch the Employers Act, chapters 29.5, 74.1, 74.2, 74.2a, 75d and e. The lawyers of this country sit there and watch this violation of section 1 of the Constitution, you know, where everybody have a right to the political thing. And they're making people go on the things the AG say now Jersey, you know.
But they don't go to the law yet.
But the law and them, you have something you could do pro bono for
no, the pro bono what?
For the greater good, for the greater number.
Let's take the call. Do pro bono if they go in politics.
Hello? I call her. Hello?
We lost that caller. Caller, you there?
No, we have a next one on there.
All right. Yes, caller, go ahead.
That's my favorite clip. I know, and I will say the guy working in the ministry before. I don't believe that, man. Maybe our next person, like if he's supposed to know better, you have to know better.
Yeah, he was a czar. He was a czar in finance.
So he see the people willfully.
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
Even say he worked there before. He know you cannot blow the public service, and he could use that. But I blame Greenland too. Greenland show more sense than that too, man. I blame them too. Take care.
All right.
And hear how these people and them going around with this tomfoolery thing. You call again?
Yeah, before you go on, let's try the one on the WhatsApp again.
Hello? Hello?
Morning, Jen.
How you doing?
How you all guys doing?
We okay?
Well,
great, man.
Finally getting the station today again after a few weeks.
Okay.
And Mr. Pierre, well, morning to both of you guys.
Yes, my brother.
You know, I like the way You know, I like the way you've been putting it, Mr. Pierre, relative to how you describe Bacon.
He's
I've
a
been
fake.
describing him very much like that too. The guy is very subtle, very deceitful. And people are not picking it up as something.
He's going to take some time.
He has a way of putting things that he come back to haunt Grenadians in a terrible way. Anyway, I'm listening to you. Take care.
Yes, my
So,
brother.
Mr. Pierre, the country is in a mess.
You see, my biggest fear is not knowing.
And
2-3 years down the road.
And Minister Andrew and Minister Williams embarrassed this country in Barbados.
They didn't embarrass the country. Grenada snubbed the people. From the time they see the contingent, the people outside realize that Grenada shamed them. Grenada snubbed them. Who are you? Who are you to come and talk about 70 million? Take the 70 million and go.
Maybe that was a clown show.
If you're discussing an issue where and it's a matter of, they snub the institution, you know. They send a low rank. You know, when you have political issues in a country, the prime minister, the minister of finance might go. You just send a junior officer go. That is what they did. You know. They did not send the prime minister, minister of finance. Must go. Unless he's sick. Send go and see, take pictures on a boat. You have to go to the meeting. You minister of the permanent secretary have to go. Or you have other officers of high rank that perhaps would have dealt with these people before in finance. Yes.
Let's take a clip there.
I'm happy that any loans, if affordable, is made available to citizens of Grenada. The issue is not whether that's not the issue. The issue is you've placed a large group of Grenadian workers on contract. You place them in a position where they are unable to borrow through the normal financial institutions by putting them in a position where they do not have sustainable or sustained employment. And what that means is that you've made them vulnerable. You've put them in a position where you now have to try and create a special lending scheme for them to borrow. And I'm saying even the special lending scheme that you've created, most of them are not going to qualify for the loan. And they're not going to qualify because you've already placed them in a position to disqualify them. Because they would not have acquired land. They would not have life insurance because they're working on 6 months or 12-month contracts. And if they're working, and if the jobs they are doing are permanent jobs, jobs that are normal customer requirements for the government, they should be indefinite employees or permanent employees. They should not be on contract work. And if they're not on contract work, they will be able to take part, like the rest of the persons who are on permanent jobs, in the normal banking and financial and the credit union systems in Grenada. Right. And that is how you create wealth.
Absolutely.
That is how you sustain and raise your standard of living. That is how you're able to save money. That is how you acquire a home or acquire a piece of land, or you're able to start a small business on the side. But when you put people on contract work, and when there is no need to do so, then you are putting them in a vulnerable position, and you are doing so deliberately. And so the question you have to ask is, why are you doing so? And in my view, you are doing so because you want to have the ability to fire them at will. So you want to create job insecurity because you want to be able to manipulate them for your own ulterior reasons. Right? So let's make this clear. For those contract workers who are able to qualify for that GDB loan, I'm happy for them. But a significant number of them will not be able to qualify. And the question is, when they don't qualify, what happens to them? They remain on contract work. So what has to be addressed is the fact that the government has to end this contract work, absorb the employees because they are doing jobs that are normal, customary, and required. Let's take, for example, a cook in a school. If you have a school feeding program, that job is required indefinitely. There is no reason to put a cook on a contract work. And remember, when you put her on contract work, she has no pension. She has no chance of getting health insurance. She has no chance of buying life insurance because the incomes are very low. Right? And if you go to buy these things, they will say to you, well, we have no guarantee that you will have a job 6 months from now, or 12 months from now. And so no one wants to deal with you from a financial perspective when you're in that position.
Right.
And I'm saying the job of the citizens, of the government, is to fight for its citizens, to protect its citizens, to encourage its citizens to be independent, not dependent, not vulnerable. So that is the challenge we face. And I'm saying it is solvable by the stroke of a pen.
Yep.
And let me make this further point. It is actually illegal. The Employment Act clearly says that you cannot put someone on a fixed term contract, meaning the short term contracts, when the position they are filling is an indefinite one. So the government itself is breaking the law. The government itself is being lawless. So I'm saying in those circumstances, they should in fact end the contract work, regularize the status of the employees, and any other incentives that should be offered to them to make up for the period that they've been on contract jobs, in fact, should be given to them.
I'm very disappointed in Mr. Forrester. Mr. Forrester knows the Prime Minister was lying with impunity. At least he should have interrupted him because you're part of the same team with him. Mr. Forrester knows that. He had to interrupt the gentleman early and don't make him say all his statements. He had to interrupt him, and you're on the same team. You know, you can't deceive people like that. The younger people, the people in the lower income group, the people with the lower jobs, they have great respect for. Yes, caller, welcome. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good afternoon again, Mr.
Yes, ma'am, welcome. Good to have
Mr.
you.
Pierre, you take the word right from my mouth. When I heard that right, I feel God, I felt sick. Because Mr. Forrester always been on the board of directors, Alina Wassam, with the NMP government for so many years. And as I said, to sit down with Deacon and to agree with what Deacon is saying, knowing fully well he's lying, I'm ashamed of him. I don't know what grievance he have with the NMP, but this grievance go take him to his grave. He's selling his soul to the devil. As far as I'm concerned, I'm ashamed of Mr. Forrester. He should do better than that. He should do much better, and I expect him much better from him, because I know where he come from, and I know what he stands for. And to sit down with Mr. Deacon and agree with him, and he put dumpling in his mouth and he can't speak, or breadfruit full up his mouth, he can't speak. What's wrong with him? You make sending the fool further on. You're not there to send the fool further on. This is all about Grenada. No, Grenada becoming the laughing stock of the country. My God, people laughing at us. We have a beautiful Prime Minister who take the country forward, and now we have this one, we're going backward. Backward ever, forward forever, forward never. That's what they're doing, right? So I'm ashamed of him. I'm quite ashamed of you, Mr. Forrester. You two have a nice day.
Yes, Colin, I've always taken issue with people when you're involved in a group and you walk away. I always tell them, give me the reasons you walk away, not the personal ones. Because more often than not, they leave the group because of personal reasons. And they don't leave because they have a fundamental issue with the leader on policies or strategies or how to helping people. And that is what's important. It's like a man leaving home, he say, "Boy, watch me. Every time I come home, my wife belly big, I can't like that." Well, now you don't make your belly big. My problem in the house live. A lot of time you listen to people. Some of the issues they have is because of selfishness. It has nothing to do with helping those you agree to help. Deacon take a bond. He made a pact with the people publicly to help them. And what he did is to turn and fire them. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with helping those. Hello.
Good morning. I have to laugh as Miss Mackerson just spoke. I want to ask, I'm laughing because going with my mom and my grandmother, I mean, I heard a lot of stuff. I know a lot of stuff. I mean, knowledge again from them. And my mom always used to say, for damn food. So, who is the damn food? He was speaking to the Prime Minister. Anyhow. And I want to ask you, Mr. Pierre, why you think that the U.S. took that drastic thing on us with the CBI?
They see too much. They see too much Russians getting it.
Money from what is the cause of that?
Too much Russians.
The other Caribbean islands, what is it?
Sometimes it's difficult to know exactly what it is. It's a number of issues because this package was offered to this Caribbean to help them in the economy, to help them.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah. So sometimes you forget your mission. You have a candle lighting and you forget why you put it lighting.
Yeah, but Mr. Pierre, in Grenada's situation, Grenada was the only Caribbean CBI project but enjoyed the thing with the E2 visa.
All the benefits.
The other countries didn't have it. And what on the ground now is that them other countries that want to break the price.
But Grenada has been doing a lot of things that don't make sense. They can evoke more Bishop spirit. They can want to sell Grenadian assets. They can claim he's socialist. He's not. He want to hug up Daniel Ortega. He's not really a Caribbean integrationist. It's a number of signals that difficult to read. Look at the manner in which he snubbed the international community. He was very dismissive of the IMF. Normally, these organizations study you. They study your leader. Sometimes we don't study our leaders here. And we don't study our politicians here. And that's why some of our politicians, they function with us, but we don't know them. You know? Because your first role in politics. Yeah.
Let me say one more thing before I leave. No, I grew up in Uncle Gary days. And I know, for one, even when during the independence time, I was still in school. And even that, whatever. I grew up in all these eras, and I know what is taking place in Grenada today. People hate people with a passion, and because of hatred, they will sink a ship, or they have a saying talking about to sink a ship because of whatever. I can't even remember the proverb.
You're born a church for a con.
Because of the hate they had for Dr. Mitchell, that's right. Because the hate they had for Dr. Mitchell, that is why we are in that condition today.
And they could not find
nobody else who maybe could have take him down or had the money to pay and to do whatever. So that is why we end up with that. You see? So let's look at it that way, Mr. Prey, and let's see what's going on. Thank you.
Yes, and we have to encourage the National Democratic Congress to change the trajectory. And that is why moderate people in the NDC and some of the leaders should make attempt to change so they don't damage the macroeconomic policies of our country. We take a break.
From the historical Parish Main Street Surtez to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street Surtez in the Quasi. Dr. Guerrero, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibroids and vaginal warts, hernias, C-section, XTENTION. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. They're in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Dr. Santos, an oncologist who specializes in cancer treatment, a general practitioner, family doctor, will be joining Dr. Guerra in the not-too-distant future. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352. That number again, 423-3352. Put your health first.
Book your spot now to see the Spice Boys in action against the Barbados national team in February. On Wednesday, February 22nd, the action is at the Fun Recreation Ground in St. Patrick from 7 p.m. We then head to the Victoria Park in Grenfell from 7 p.m. on Friday, February 24th. And finally, we go to Guelph at the Cuthbert Peters Park on Sunday, February 26th from 4 p.m. Come out in your numbers and support our boys as they prepare for the USA. Admission at the door, $15 for adults and $5 for children. Expect fun, excitement, and competitive football. February 22nd, 24th, and 26th. Grenada versus Barbados. Don't you miss it.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Hey now, listen to this and listen carefully. At Low Tongue Sauters is the best little seafood restaurant on this lovely island. Bacon shark, steamed fish, fish and chips, and the daily catch. Whatever that may be, we have it for you. To complement this, you can have the most tasty sorrel, golden apple, ginger, and passion fruit drinks, all locally made, just as you know it to taste. As you visit our restaurant, take some time to browse through our super convenience store, where you will find an item which has not been seen for so long. We offer you the best prices on t-shirts and unisex vests, casual and dress shirts, and the widest range of body oils. For whatever the occasion, find the fragrance, be it male or female. For you and only you, we have a wide variety of headphones and chargers. So here's what: visit for the food, the bar, or the store, and stay for the others, because you never know what surprise is in store for you. We're open from 9 to 9 Monday to Saturday. Sunset Restaurant.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With much new fittings, this maxi car arrived. swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the driver cannot drive.
So let me zero in. You have a seed program. The World Bank says if you're making $650 or less, you're poor. Yet still, the seed program is only paying you $350 and $450. They are aware of the World Bank report. Why then raise the seed program to $650 or more? So they're interested in truly alleviating poverty or truly helping you, they will raise the figure to $650 or more. So I'm saying to all of the persons who are genuinely on the seed program, particularly our older citizens who would have worked to help build Grenada, the seed program should be for you, for people who are differently abled, for elder citizens.
Here's the excuse that will be made. The excuse that will be made is, it's a lot of money. Well, Grenadians deserve a lot of money.
We have a call. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
No, I called to say I don't know how much time this fraction of Grenadian will let these people fool them. I keep telling people, it doesn't matter who come and form NDC. NDC remain who they are. So, you know, it's like a blight. A blight is there. So you keep coming with new people, but the blight there. No, Mr. Deacon is a liar. He is a big liar. They used to open them out. Keep Mitchell lying. Keep Mitchell lying. Well, I want to know the lie Deacon putting down now, how that lie spell. If it's spelled different, if the definition of lie move off from the true definition of the word lie. Now, if probably GBN or Maitland, you all could get that clip. Deacon, Mr. Deacon had said all year up, I think he was like just 2 months after election. The man came and used, and the man said that he will end the life of MNIB. He will end, or you will have to end, but the word end, that's what he means. So coming now and hearing that MNIB closing down from the end of February shouldn't be a surprise, because we all know what is the meaning of ending the life of things. So he's a showman, as Mr. Pierre said, he's fake. Because what he was doing, taking the farmers and the people for Grenada for fools, when he having this meeting in the different, he go in St. John and he go in St. Andrews and he go. No, listen, all what the farmers had was one or two of them had to stand up and ask Mr. Deacon, what is the real purpose of us here? What is the real purpose? Because we want to know if it's for the happy hour or if it's for the burial. Because you already say you ended life. Mr. Deacon know in the back of his head very damn well that he was closing down MNIB. But I don't expect him to do that, because you see they portray him as this bright person. He's so intelligent. He condemned everything what NMP was doing. He just come on board. He don't know A from B, but he was just condemning. And sometimes I sit down and I wonder about these people and them. I just be wondering, and I want to know how long Grenadians have to get to that place to know that NDC, doesn't matter who for me, they'll have nothing good for Grenadians. And I'm afraid to say it. All people have a thing say, show me your company, and I will tell you who you are. When they have this individual on the radio preaching hate, you want to come on the other side. You preaching hate in the door, and then after you come in the window to say, let us work together. How can we work together when, first of all, it's like if when you're supporting NNP or you vote for NNP, it's like you're not supposed to exercise your democratic right. All the democratic right is for them. It's for NDC people. Now, all of us have our democratic right to support who we have to support, and that have nothing to do with our job description wherever we work. So when you listen to this, the propaganda they have out there,
everything for them is to get rid. Once they know that you're supporting NNP, is to get rid of you. Or if you're in certain position in a job, that position is too high for you. It's too much for you. Take you down and put you to MOP. You had the qualification to do it now, but because you're NNP. So how, when you preaching all those things, you want to tell me, come, let us work together? And Mr. Dickin ain't preventing anything, because I raised that concern how much time. The individual, the director, they have them, that's their besties. That is on the radio. Preaching hate. Now, if Mr. Dickin was true, and if he was sincere, they keep saying the man have his individual program, his personal program. But yes, it could be his personal program, but you protect what is yours. He speaks on behalf of the NDC. He promotes NDC. So if Mr. Dickin was a sincere person, he won't stop him. I can't stop you from having your program, but I want unity. I want unity, and this is the party that I am leader of. I am the Prime Minister of Grenada. I do not want this kind of message going outside there. And he can't do it, because you know what? That is their besties. They feed him with information. They sit together, they do things together, and then after you want to come and tell me to work together. No, hell no. That work together will never happen as long as they change the menu. Once the menu remains the same menu, no unity. Because let me tell you, I personally am a Grenadian, and I'm willing to work with anybody together to build my country. Once it's for my people. But no, at the same time I use wisdom, and God give me eyesight. You can't want to be telling me that, and you're juking me up with a spear all in my ribs, and you want me to have the energy and the strength to come to stand up to say, to work together with who?
It's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Yeah, Mr. Dickin had to wheel and come again, and he had to stop lying. He lies too much, and I find he started to lie real young in his pregnancy.
Yes,
anyway,
thank
have
you.
a good day.
Yes, thank you. It must be of concern to us that $150, and we want to appeal to the people who listen to Dick Mitchell, his supporters, the Prime Minister Dick Mitchell, when he was saying these things. Because you heard the tape. He wanted to reach to 650. He chastised the government for not bringing it. He quoted the World Health Organization.
World Bank.
We want amicable settlements. We believe we could lobby and get an amicable settlement. So we want his supporters now, if you are convinced about it, speak to him to give the people the money that he stole from them. They must get the money. We're going to continue to lobby and to do what it takes for the government to return the money to the elderly. We know you're going to send a lot of the NNPU. It doesn't matter. Give the people back their money. Because why that is so important? The National Democratic Congress for years have been preaching what we consider very insensitive expressions and language and referrals about the elderly people. And when it reaches on the ground, it is affecting people. We believe that is the reason so many people were attacking the land. This is the reason it's so easy for the government now to remove $150 from the elderly, the physically challenged, and even the children of the marginalized. This is why it's so easy for people in Grenada to accept that. That is no big deal. They don't have money, they don't have money. This is the reason why people are complaining these people should not toilet. The last government created over 10,000 toilets for people. And some people in Grenada vexed, they're angry. So they hope by removing the 150, the people will be able to pay for the water rate. They increase water rate. They increase water rate for these elderly people. Some of the assistance being given to them, they remove it. They increase the water rate. They increase electricity. And these people in our society are arguing that they have toilet inside the house. So they're removing them for the program.
Detoxifying.
They call that detoxification, restorative justice, and sanitizing. And my brother Willie say that we is the good people. Mr. Andal say we is the good people. And the Minister of Agriculture, he says lunatics and idiots. That is the language that these individuals are using. It become, over the years, they have consumed this bitter hate language so much against one sector of the public, so it's so easy to come from the mouth. They can't hide it again. Restorative justice. Look at what was done to the women of Carriacou. As soon as the government reached in power, not even give them an opportunity to defend themselves. The women of Pauls, who work with the government in the public works. People working 4, 5, 17 years. The government threw them out. They was even there in the previous NDC period. They say they have too much green blood. Look at what happened to the men involved in pest management. Well, this one is another level. Because they didn't bring in yellow people to take over. It appears they want to mash up the sauce up industry, so it'll be easier for the champion to control the export trade of sauce up in Grenada.
Caucasian.
You know, what is the plan for the Imani? They said those who 35 and over have to go. And they cut the budget.
Yeah. Well,
this is the government we have. You know, sometimes these things, I don't know, I really don't understand how the people who are trying to defend Deacon could stomach that. And they say you won't get rid of McLean Board, you get rid of them. Gloria Thomas say they're getting back the 150, you take it up. Persuader, Color? Yes, Color, welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah, my brother.
I come to the conclusion, that because the previous government is better the life of people by giving them inside toilet. That's one of the I see that one of the reasons why the government removed Article 150. Because the people, the senior citizens, they have inside toilet now, so then they have a better position now. Right? So you come with what when you do that, you tell several people, even the people the government give that extra money to help better their life because of the difficult times. They didn't have it. They did not take out the 150. Right?
No, they prefer to see them see trouble.
They prefer to see them see trouble. When you look at something, you in a home, aged person, rain coming, heavy. You better grab to go up. It's not easy for you to go outside the alto because 1 o'clock in the night. In the bathroom, I don't know why you're going to go outside their meat. So giving them that is to better the living country and make them much happier. They work, they build a foundation for Green Day kind of diplomatic, right? For we to demand benefit. So when they did it, we should see that they want to live a good life and a life that they will be pleasing to, right? I'm saying when you look again with the nurses and them, you know sometimes you day and your life seems kind of easy for you, get more money in your hand. A man go come on you $500 more on your salary, but you might look at it at one way, but not looking at the other way. And I do believe that $500 they give the people on the nurses on the salary is to make them pay tax. So then this $500 they take out 90, so they get $410, and they still have to pay tax. Now they get about $300. That is deceiving and lying to the people. I'm saying, I always say, when you lie, the lie only take a time for the truth to cut off with you. Alright?
Yes, scholar. Thank you. And I honestly don't believe that the majority of nurses agree with that, because they know what the workforce is. The cook will say, are you getting money? I ain't getting the cleaner, the person in the theater. All of a sudden, they're looking at the nurses now and creating disharmony in the job. The union's salaries are negotiated thing. If you give everybody something, it's all right. But when the government single out the nurses, the government want to put the nurses in a special bracket. I tell you, this National Democratic Congress is, you have a caller? Yes, thank you, caller.
Yes, good morning, my brother.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Master Carl.
Morning.
How are you going?
I'm okay.
I want to call, I want to support that young lady had called before. Everything that she says is true. You know, it's something I've been looking at for a very long time, and I personally will be singing the same song. Looking at the leader of the National Democratic Congress, headed by Sir Deacon Mitchell, I can't believe in the history of Grenada, one person could be telling so many lies in such a short space of time. When you go back and you listen to him, I mean, trust me, it really bothers me. It really bothers people like me. You know, when you're saying this thing and you expect us to believe you, you know, I see it like you take us for fools. You know, although they call us dunce and stupid and what have you. You know, but still, you don't have to be so, you know, glaring about your lies. And this thing about the seaweed, you know, someone was in a conversation and that the person was actually saying he never said so. But I can remember hearing where he actually was talking about the seaweed and you'll put a net out in the ocean to whatever. Yeah, so I don't understand that at all, you know. Master Carl, you are a police officer. I want you to maybe to tell me, I mean, someone that's telling so many lies, what they are capable of doing. Somebody that lies for everything, what they are capable of doing. I will listen to your office.
Yes, scholar, thank you.
Somebody that's telling lies legally.
Well, you ask about the police force, but as I indicated this morning, the police force is in disarray. And the latest thing, and advice is coming from a particular print media which is sympathetic to this administration, Mr. Pierre, advising them to get a commissioner either from Barbados or the Bahamas. Two countries that the crime situation is worse than ours. So you're going to get somebody from a worse crime place. I really don't get it.
It's said that Dick Mitchell is a fake. I don't know why he's going to take some time for people to come to terms with it. But I do hope the members of the National Democratic Congress advise Dick Mitchell to give the elderly people back the money robbed from them. We don't have to have unnecessary conflicts in this country. We know you're going to fire the Imani. We're not going to make much noise about that because the Imani have experience with being deceived by Dick Mitchell, by the NDC. Give the elderly people back the money. We must have voices to raise for it.
And give back the people that are in car who they walk.
Miss Gloria Thomas, you are the head of social welfare, what?
Social service.
Social services. So you must lobby that the people must get back their money. The elderly people must get back their money. Give them back. We want to appeal to you. We had asked the Bar Association, but we know we're just wasting with time there. Mm-hmm. But other groups and organizations, Gino,
yes,
and the others in the country, advise Dick Mitchell. You could help him, you could guide him past. Advise him to give the people back the money. We know he don't have much feelings for anybody. Once he dropped the price of condom, he's satisfied. You see his attitude in Barbados when we were dealing with $70 million. He snubbed the people. You cannot go in a negotiation like that without top-ranking people who understand it. He brought 2 new virgins, juveniles,
no, you know he can't go on live
and send them in Barbados.
Pierre, you know he can't go on live for these people.
No, he had to go and beg and plead. So he had to go to the permanent secretary, even though he shut him out. He had to call Timothy Antoine in the OECS bank. He had to call Mia Mottley. Once the prime minister going in Barbados, Mia Mottley must know. So he had to call Mia Mottley, tell her what the purpose he was doing, and ask if she could say a word. All of them have influence on these financial institutions.
Pierre, the same gentleman went in Jamaica and did not attend the Queen's funeral because he had to have some speaking engagement.
Who going with the Prime Minister?
Yes, this Prime Minister, when he didn't go in the Queen's funeral, he go in Jamaica and speaking something.
So
and an important something like a project, 70 million you don't go in.
And you have 70 million with British influence. So that time he playing socialist. He could ignore. While he vote against the referendum, he could ignore.
Here,
I am convinced.
Here's what Mr. Pierre, somebody selling something. Anytime you attack the women and the elderly, this is the beginning of anarchy.
Well, I believe that we have had a lot of conflicts in Grenada that we could settle by discussion. I'm a man who strongly advocate and support lobbying. I'm not afraid of demonstration, but I believe it must be the last resort. Grenada have had too much incidents in our short history that we could have solved. The British sent battleship in Grenada on 2 battleships to deal with Gary. We had the St. Lucian police, I believe, that executed the 4 people in Latant. Again, we had the Caribbean peacekeeping force in 1983. So we have had a lot of experience when we fail to lobby. Obviously, Dick Mitchell have a sham attitude in lobbying. I said when they had the discussion with marketing board was a sham. We maybe in another session we will call on Caribbean governments to advise him. Yes, caller, welcome. Yes, caller, welcome.
I want us to reflect on something. The present composition of Parliament, NNP 6, NDC 9. Do we ever reflect on what a cabinet meeting is like in this NDC government? Dick Mitchell is a dictator, and his ministers are yes men. Because if they had the fortitude, they could have challenged him on certain decisions that he's making. Because if 2 persons took objection, government fall. Remember that just 2 ministers have to take objection, and if he pursue it, government falls. But they are yes men, because a lot of them never worked and now they earning a living. A lot of them like the whole grandeur, they are minister
They like
and the
big
environment.
life.
So they accept any rubbish from Dick Mitchell and go along with it because they want the perks that go with being a minister. But if they are serious about taking the interests of the working man, they will object to certain things Dick is doing, and he must fall in line. Just two ministers have to take objection, and he must fall in line because government will fall.
Yes, scholar.
Just reflect on that.
Yes, scholar. I don't share your agreement with this dictatorship thing. We have some ministers that go in meeting and they have no interest in the working man. Some of them individuals go there for their own selfish reasons. And some of them might be sleeping in the meeting and they don't take in part. You could hear the disjointed way in which they speak. Andy said they have no intention of selling marketing board. Gloria Thomas said that they're going to pay. Maybe she wasn't there. Maybe she wasn't even there when the meeting take place. So we cannot stay outside. And Ron used to talk, it's stop talk. Lennox enjoys drama. So sometimes poor Deacon struggling to get support in cabinet. And all of them are shying away from the press. So we cannot say Deacon is a dictator. Sometimes the individuals we put don't good. We remember we voted 9 innocent political people with a bad mind in power. So they are not living up to our expectation, and they're hiding away from even the press. Deacon claim
is friendly to them.
Is objective. So that's why I appeal to the doctor. I think we need you more than anything else. Show leadership and ask Deacon Mitchell about the 150.
Which doctor that?
Doctor of journalism.
Okay.
What is his name again? Doctor something. Yeah. So please, and play the tape for him. Let him understand. You could save the day. You know, I know this is a challenge and we're coming to the end of the program. We're very happy to be with you today. We try to take some of the contributions you make, but we always welcome your contributions, and you don't have to agree with us. And if we say anything that you believe is not the truth, challenge us.
Fact checking.
Yeah, because we believe the time has come for radio personalities to speak the truth. You know, politicians make a lot of mistakes by themselves, so we don't have to say negative things about politicians. You may hear us playing the tape regular, because every now and then people challenge us. So we play the tape for them to hear, and for them to advise Deacon Mitchell to give the people the $150. And the Minister of Agriculture, please do not sabotage the source of industry. And if you get chance, explain to the people why you fire 30 workers in Granba and keep 4. We want to thank you very much.
All right, folks, take care.
Yeah.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things